and also to people at distance who participate outside of the islands.
And welcome to the first part of the public hearing on the Grosse-Île Wind Farm project. We are pleased to welcome you here in Grosse-Île. We are also welcoming those who are following us remotely. Avant de poursuivre, je tiens à mentionner qu'avant cette rencontre, nous avons reçu des demandes pour obtenir de l'information en anglais concernant le déroulement des séances. En ce sens, ce discours sera livré alternativement en anglais et en français. Before continuing, I would like to mention that prior to this meeting, we received requests for information in English regarding the proceedings of the sessions. With that in mind, we will provide information in English after having first presented in French. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de me présenter. Mon nom est Mireille Paul. Je suis membre du Bureau d'audience publique sur l'environnement, le BAP, et j'ai le privilège de présider cette commission d'enquête. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mireille Paul. I am a member of the Bureau d'audience publique sur l'environnement, the BAP, and have the privilege of chairing this Commission of Inquiry. Je suis accompagnée de ma collègue commissaire, Stella Lenné.
Bonsoir, mon nom est Stella Lenné. Je suis également membre du Bureau d'audience publique sur l'environnement et je vais assister la présidente, Madame Paul, pour cette audience. Good evening, everybody. My name is Stella Lenné. I'm a member of the BAP also, and I will assist Mrs. Paul for this hearing.
Voici également l'équipe de la commission d'enquête. À ma gauche, les analystes Émilie Bataillé et Jérémy Hagen-Veilleux. À l'entrée de la salle, que vous avez probablement déjà rencontré, la coordonnatrice Rachel Sébarem et le conseiller en communication Alexandre Tanguay. Je salue aussi notre collègue France Fons, qui est agente de secrétariat. I would also like to introduce the Commission's team. To my left are analysts Émilie Bataillé and Jérémy Hagen-Veilleux. At the entrance of the room are coordinator Rachel Sébarem and communication advisor Alexandre Tanguay. I would also like to mention our colleague France Fons, who is our secretarial officer. Plusieurs personnes nous assistent sur le plan logistique. Several people assist us with logistics. Marine Leblanc et Joël Arsenault de l'île Imaginaire pour la sonorisation et la captation vidéo, for sound and video recording. Yolande Tisdale, sténotypie, stenography, et des collègues du BAP, colleagues from BAP, Andrea Aristizabal, Brigitte Bernier, Pierre Dufour, Karine Fortier, Marie-Ève Gendron et Raphaël Sioui assurent la web-diffusion des séances for the webcasting for sessions. À ma droite se trouve l'équipe de l'initiateur du projet, parc éolien Grosse-Île SEC et son porte-parole, Jean-Michel Leblanc, que je vais inviter à se présenter et à faire de même pour ses collègues. To my right is the team behind the project, Parc éolien de Grosse-Île SEC, and its spokesperson, Jean-Michel Leblanc, whom I invite to introduce himself and his colleagues. Monsieur Leblanc.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente, Madame la Commissaire.
Hello, Mrs. Commissioner and the President and the Commission. Good evening to all who are present here. As mentioned, I'm Jean-Michel Leblanc. I am the responsible of the exploitation of the Gilbert for the renewable energy. Oh, gonna wait too.
I'm exploitation manager for the Dune du Nord wind farm, the actual wind farm. Et j'agirai ce soir pour la durée de l'audience comme porte-parole principale de l'initiateur de projet. So I'll be the speaker for the project initiator for tonight and for all the BAP process. Il me fait plaisir de vous présenter dans le cadre de l'audience publique du BAC notre projet de parc éolien de Grosse-Île. It's a pleasure to present you tonight our project of Grosse-Île Wind Farm. Je suis accompagné par trois collègues de Nutrinor Gilbert Énergie Renouvelable, Maxime Gilbert et Sébastien Ruiz, qui sont en salle, ainsi que Jacques Gauthier, qui est présent à distance. So I'm with three co-workers from NGA Renewable, Maxime Gilbert and Sébastien Ruiz, who are here with us tonight, and Jacques Gauthier, President of NGA Renewable, who is online. Sont également présents les représentants de l'Alliance de l'énergie de l'Est, notre partenaire dans le projet du parc éolien du Nord, M. Simon Deschênes, premier vice-président de l'Alliance de l'énergie de l'Est. Donc, so we're also with our partner on the Grosse-Île Wind Farm project from Alliance de l'énergie de l'Est, Mr. Simon Deschênes, first vice-president of the Alliance. Nous avons également plusieurs experts indépendants que nous avons mandatés pour l'étude d'impact pour le projet, qui sont avec nous et qui nous accompagnent. Madame Marjolaine Castonguay, présidente et fondatrice de PESCA Environnement et directrice de l'étude d'impact. Madame Chloé Lachance, derrière moi, qui est chargée de projet de l'étude d'impact environnemental et social de PESCA. Justine Simard, urbaniste et conseillère principale à transfert environnement et société. So we also have the expert that we mandated to do the environmental impact assessment for the project, Miss Marjolaine Castonguay, founder and president of PESCA Environment, who was in charge of the environmental impact assessment. Miss Chloé Lachance, project manager for the environmental impact assessment, and Miss Justine Simard, urban planner and counselor for transfert, environnement et société. Nous avons également en ligne qui pourront intervenir pendant la commission aux besoins, ce sont les besoins de la commission. Marie-Flore Castonguay, urbaniste et chargée de projet pour l'étude d'impact d'environnement de PESCA. Monsieur Jean-Philippe Régnard, acousticien de Mécanum, et Nicolas Guillemette, ingénieur en génie côtier et maritime de LaSalle NHC. We also have online expert from PESCA, Miss Marie-Flore Castonguay, urban planner, and for the environmental impact assessment, Mr. Jean-Philippe Régnard for sound engineering from Mécanum, and Mr. Nicolas Guillemette, coastal and maritime engineer from LaSalle NHC.
À ma gauche, maintenant, se trouvent les ministères et organismes que nous avons invités pour répondre aux questions relevant de leur champ d'expertise. Je demande aux porte-paroles présents en salle de se présenter et de faire de même pour leurs collègues. To my left are the departments and agencies we have invited to answer questions within their areas of expertise. I would ask two spokespersons to introduce themselves and their colleagues. Commençons avec le ministère de l'Environnement, de la lutte contre les changements climatiques, de la faune et des parcs, Madame Leclerc.
Bonsoir, je suis Julie Leclerc de la Direction générale de l'évaluation environnementale et stratégique. Au cours de cette audience, j'agirai comme porte-parole pour le ministère de l'Environnement. Le ministère a réuni une équipe d'experts pour répondre aux questions de la Commission. Donc, à mes côtés, j'ai Mme Catherine Gagnon, aussi de la Direction générale de l'évaluation environnementale et stratégique. Sont également présentes à distance Mme Danielle Gauthier, de la Direction de la gestion de la faune de la Gaspésie Îles-de-la-Madeleine, puis Mme Ursule Boyer-Villemer, de la Direction de l'adaptation au changement climatique. Puis, on aura également plusieurs experts qui pourront répondre par écrit à des questions au besoin.
Parfait. Poursuivons maintenant avec la communauté maritime.
Oui, bonjour. David Richard, porte-parole de la communauté maritime des Îles-de-la-Madeleine. En fait, avec moi, j'ai Mme Jasmine Solomon comme personne ressource et Mme Marie-Ève Giroux. D'ailleurs, je tiens à souligner qu'il y a un lien qui existe entre Mme Giroux et M. Jean-Michel Leblanc, ici en face. mais que la commission a été avisée de la situation et que moi, à titre de porte-parole de la communauté maritime, je vais me porter garant de l'intégrité, de la véracité plutôt, des réponses que fournira Mme Giroux. Aussi, je pourrais rajouter que demain, nous aurons également comme autre personne ressource M. Jean Hubert qui devait s'absenter ce soir à titre de directeur général par intérim.
Merci, M. Richard. Madame Cyr, de la municipalité de Grosse-Île.
Bonsoir, je m'appelle Karine Nassé, directrice générale pour la municipalité de Grosse-Île. C'est moi qui vais être porte-parole pour ce soir. Également, avec moi ce soir, j'ai mon adjointe administrative, Kelly Aikens, qui est dans l'audience, ainsi que le maire Gordon Burke.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur Scully d'Hydro-Québec.
Bonsoir, Madame la Présidente, Madame la Commissaire. Yannick Scully, délégué commercial senior approvisionnement énergétique pour Hydro-Québec. Je serai le porte-parole pour les activités Hydro-Québec. Je suis accompagné dans la salle avec Marc-Antoine Ruet, qui est notre conseiller affaires régionales, ainsi que Stéphane Thériault, qui est notre ingénieur planification.
Parfait. Maintenant, le représentant de Transport et Mobilité durable. Monsieur, je m'excuse, mais je ne vois plus votre nom.
Okay. Monsieur... Oui, bonjour. Oui, Simon Roy.
OK.
Oui, je me présente Simon Roy. Je suis le porte-parole du ministère des Transports et de la Mobilité durable. Je suis le répondant au dossier de transport hors norme à la direction territoriale régionale de la Gaspésie et des Îles-de-la-Madeleine. Et je serai accompagné ce soir d'une ressource en salle, M. Alexandre Sauvageau-Buteau, ingénieur au module des aléas naturels et de l'adaptation au changement climatique.
Maintenant, le ministère de la Santé et des Services sociaux.
Bon, moi, c'est Yves Bonnier-Vigé. Je suis médecin spécialiste en santé publique et médecine préventive à la direction régionale de santé publique de la Gaspésie, Îles-de-la-Madeleine. Et normalement, à distance, on a Pierre-Olivier Morissette. Je ne sais pas s'il est là. Mais en tout cas, il va être là, qui est un agent de planification, programmation et recherche en santé environnementale, toujours à la direction régionale de santé publique de la Gaspésie, Îles-de-la-Madeleine.
Merci beaucoup. On a un autre porte-parole, je crois, en ligne, le ministère de la Sécurité publique, M. Caron.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Félix Caron, je serai le porte-parole du ministère de la Sécurité publique. Je suis accompagné ce soir aussi en ligne de Charles Belland, qui sera notre expert pour les questions érosion, submersion côtière. Bonne soirée.
Merci beaucoup. Et enfin, pour Cell Windsor Limité.
Bonsoir, je suis Jean-Baptiste Dromer, je suis le directeur principal des opérations pour l'Est du Canada. Cell Windsor est la propriétaire des mines Salène aux Îles-de-la-Madeleine. Je suis également accompagné ce soir de mon collègue Michel Place, directeur général des mines Salène, qui est dans la salle.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, on continue. De plus, nous avons demandé à Environnement et Changement climatique Canada, Région de l'Atlantique et du Québec, au ministère des Affaires municipales et de l'Habitation, ainsi qu'à Recyc Québec, de désigner des personnes ressources afin de répondre par écrit à d'éventuelles questions. In addition, we have asked Environment and Climate Change Canada, Atlantic and Quebec Regions, the ministère des Affaires municipales et de l'Habitation et Recyc Québec to designate persons to answer questions in writing. Voici, en résumé, le déroulement de cette première soirée. D'abord, je vais vous donner quelques explications concernant le BAP, la commission d'enquête et le mandat. Puis, les requérantes et requérants résumeront les motifs de la demande de consultation publique qu'ils ont fait parvenir au ministre responsable de l'Environnement. Ce faisant, leur identité et leurs requêtes seront rendues publiques. La commission résumera les requêtes qui ne seront pas présentées ce soir. Après quoi, l'initiateur présentera brièvement son projet. Nous prendrons ensuite une pause d'une quinzaine de minutes au cours de laquelle les personnes qui désirent poser des questions en salle ou à distance pourront s'inscrire au registre. Je donnerai tous les détails à ce sujet, juste avant la pause. Au retour de la pause, nous entamerons les questions. Now, I would like to summarize the proceedings of this first evening. First, I will provide some explanations about the BAP, the Commission of Inquiry, and its mandate. Then the persons who requested this public hearing will summarize the reasons for which they asked the minister responsible for the environment to hold this consultation. In doing so, their identity and their request will be made public. The Commission will summarize the requests that will not be presented tonight. After that, the proponent will briefly present its project. We will then take a 15-minute break, during which those who wish to ask questions in the room or remotely can sign up to do so. I will provide more details before the break. When we return from the break, we will begin the question period. Pour commencer, quelques mots au sujet.
Start a few words regarding the BAP. Regarding the mandate that received the Inquiry Commission, this mandate been released by the BAP, by the Minister responsible for the environment, last January 14. A letter was written to Mr. Leroy, President of the BAP, mentioning that the BAP is mandated to get a public hearing to the wind farm of Grosse-Île, and also related to this analysis on the project.
The Commission of Inquiry. This mandate was entrusted by the BAP by the Minister responsible of the Environment on January 14. A letter to this effect was sent to Mr. Alain Roy, President of the BAP, stating that the BAP is mandated to hold a public hearing on the Grosse-Île wind farm project and to submit a report on its findings and analysis. Voici quelques informations concernant le BAP.
Regarding the BAP, it's an organization which, public organization, is impartial that plays four level: inform, consult, inquire, and advise. Our commission must facilitate the access to the public to information on the project, but also to collect all the information for the people who are interested to know about it, to inquire and to analyze the file, the report, in order to for the decisions that are made by the Commission. C'est une organisation que
investigating and advising. Our Commission of Inquiry must facilitate public access to information about the project, gather the opinions of interest parties, investigate and analyze the file to inform government decision-making through findings and opinions. De plus, la Commission examine
the Commission also examined the project in a view of the durable for sustainability project for economic, social, and economic information. The Commission
perspective, which encompasses environmental, social, and economic aspects. En tant que commissaire, nous devons agir équitablement.
We have to act equitably towards everybody by bringing respect and favoring the participation fully. That's for the reason we will not tolerate any threats of people who don't approve respectful information, and also insults. So we have to treat everybody equitably, show mutual respect.
This is why we will not tolerate expressions of approval or disapproval, derogatory remarks, defamatory comments, or contemptuous attitudes. Parallèlement aux travaux de la Commission.
Based also parallel for all the projects, there's an environmental analysis from the ministry responsible for the environment. It's from that moment of this analysis and the report from the BAP that for the council minister to make a decision on the project. So I'm going to wait.
An environmental assessment by the ministry responsible for the environment. Based on this assessment and the BAP report, the minister will make a recommendation to the cabinet, which will take a decision on the project. Le mandat en cours maintenant. Il a débuté hier, le 9 février, et il sera d'une durée maximale de 4 mois. Nous remettrons donc notre rapport au ministre responsable de l'Environnement au plus tard le 9 juin 2026. Ce dernier disposera ensuite de 15 jours pour le rendre public. The mandate began yesterday, February 9, and will last for a maximum of 4 months. We will therefore submit our report to the ministry responsible for the environment by June 9, 2026, at the latest. He will then have 15 days to make it public. L'audience publique sera divisée en 2 parties. La première partie, qui débute ce soir, et son objectif est de vous permettre de vous informer sur le projet. Vous aurez ainsi la possibilité de poser des questions dans la langue de votre choix et d'obtenir des réponses de l'initiateur et des spécialistes des différents ministères et organismes invités. Demain, le 11 février, les séances publiques se poursuivront à la salle communautaire de Cap-aux-Meules. La séance débutera à 19h, heure des Îles, 18h, heure de l'Est. The public hearing will be divided into 2 parts. The first part begins tonight, and its purpose is to allow you to learn more about the project. You will have the opportunity to ask questions in the language of your choice and receive answers from the project proponent and specialists from the various ministries and agencies invited to attend. Tomorrow, February 11, public sessions will continue at the Cap-aux-Meules Community Hall. The meeting will begin at 7 p.m. Atlantic Time or 6 p.m. Eastern Time. En assistant et en participant à la première partie, vous pourrez mieux comprendre et cerner les enjeux relatifs au projet. Vous serez à même de vous construire une opinion éclairée en vue de la deuxième partie qui vous permet justement de vous exprimer sur le projet. La deuxième partie se déroulera à compter du 10 mars prochain à 19h, heure des Îles, 18h, heure de l'Est, ici à Grosse-Île. Une séance supplémentaire aura lieu le 11 mars, toujours à 19h, heure des Îles, 18h, heure de l'Est, à la salle communautaire de Cap-aux-Meules. By attending and participating in the first part, you will be able to better understand and identify the issues related to the project. You will be able to form an informed opinion in preparation for the second part, which will allow you to express your views on the project. The second part will take place on March 10 at 7 p.m. Atlantic Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, here in Grosse-Île. An additional session will be held on March 11, also at 7 p.m. Atlantic, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, at the Cap-aux-Meules Community Hall. C'est à cette occasion que vous pourrez prendre position sur le projet. Si vous désirez présenter un mémoire ou vous exprimer verbalement en séance, nous vous invitons à réserver une plage horaire en remplissant le formulaire prévu à cet effet dans le site web du BAP avant le 23 février prochain. Il sera aussi possible de vous inscrire en séance pour une intervention spontanée. Notez qu'au moment de votre intervention, il est possible que nous échangions avec vous afin de mieux comprendre votre position. Cela dit, vous pouvez également nous donner votre opinion par écrit en nous transmettant un mémoire, un commentaire ou une image commentée en remplissant le formulaire associé à l'option choisie dans notre site web, au plus tard le 5 mars 2026. This will be an opportunity to express your views on the project. If you wish to submit a brief or speak at the hearing, we invite you to reserve a time slot by filling out the form provided on the BAP website before February 23. It will also be possible to register at the hearing for a spontaneous intervention. Please note that during your presentation, we may exchange a few words with you to better understand your position. You can also give your opinion by sending us a brief, a comment, or an annotated image by filling out the form on our website before March 5th, 2026. Je tiens à vous préciser que vos questions et opinions revêtent une grande importance. En effet, les rapports du BAP sont notamment fondés sur les préoccupations et les opinions émises par les citoyennes et les citoyennes. Elles peuvent faire évoluer notre regard sur le projet et sur sa justification, tout en contribuant à enrichir notre réflexion et notre analyse. De plus, elles feront l'objet d'un chapitre du rapport que nous remettrons au ministre responsable de l'Environnement. Si vous avez des difficultés à trouver l'information ou que vous rencontrez quelque enjeu, n'hésitez pas à demander de l'aide à Rachel Sébarem ou Alexandre Tanguay. I would like to emphasize that your questions and opinions are very important. The BAP reports are based on the concerns and opinions expressed by citizens. They can change our perspective on the project and its justification, while enriching our thinking and analysis. In addition, they will be included in a chapter of the report that we will submit to the Ministre de l'Environnement. If you have difficulty finding information or encounter any issues, do not hesitate to ask or write to Rachel Sébarem or Alexandre Tanguay for assistance. Après les séances de l'audience publique, nous pourrions poser des questions par écrit à l'initiateur ainsi qu'aux ministères et organismes invités pour être en mesure de compléter notre examen du projet et notre analyse. Nous souhaitons recevoir les réponses dans un délai de 48 heures. Les renseignements obtenus seront rendus publics. Ils deviendront accessibles sur le site Web du BAP où est rassemblée toute la documentation relative au projet en langue française. Pour les personnes qui n'auraient pas de connexion Internet, il est possible d'accéder à la version numérique de l'ensemble des documents à partir de la bibliothèque Jean Lapierre. On y offre aussi plusieurs documents en format papier. Par ailleurs, ce qui est dit en audience publique est enregistré et les transcriptions seront disponibles en version numérique environ une semaine après la fin de la première partie de l'audience publique sur le site Web et au bureau du BAP. De même, il est possible d'accéder à la web diffusion vidéo des séances publiques en différé sur le site Web du bureau. After the public hearing sessions, we may submit written questions to the proponent, the departments, or the agencies to complete our review and analysis of the project. We would like to receive responses within 48 hours. The information obtained will be made public. It will be available to the BAP website, where all documentation related to the project in French is gathered. For those who do not have an internet connection, the digital version of all documents can be accessed at the Jean Lapierre Library. Several documents are also available in paper format. In addition, what is said at the public hearing is recorded and transcripts will be available in digital format approximately 1 week after the end of the first part of the public hearing on the website and at the BAP's office. It is also possible to access the videos of the public sessions on the BAP website. En règle générale, tous les documents pertinents déposés dans le cadre des travaux d'une commission d'enquête du BAP sont rendus publics. Toutefois, une personne peut requérir le traitement confidentiel de tout ou partie d'un document qui lui est demandé par la commission. Si c'est le cas et que vous avez des doutes concernant la confidentialité de certains renseignements, vous pouvez vous adresser à Rachel Sébarem pour connaître la procédure à suivre. Generally, all relevant documents submitted as part of the work of a BAP's inquiry commission are made public. However, a person may request that all or part of a document requested by the commission be treated as confidential. In this case, or if you have any doubts about the confidential nature of certain information, you can speak to my colleague, Rachel Sébarem, or write to her so that she can assist you. J'invite maintenant les requérantes et les requérants à résumer les motifs de leur demande au ministre. S'il vous plaît, il faudra s'en tenir strictement aux motifs invoqués dans votre requête. Vous pouvez résumer votre requête dans la langue de votre choix. I now invite those who requested a public hearing to summarize the reasons given to the minister. Please stick strictly to the reasons presented in this request. Je recommence. D'accord. On m'informe, avant de passer à la lecture des requêtes, On m'informe que la traduction simultanée n'a pas fonctionné pour les personnes ressources au moment où vous vous êtes présentés. Alors, on va refaire les présentations, s'il vous plaît. Madame Leclerc, on va commencer par vous.
Oui, bonsoir. Je suis Julie Leclerc de la Direction générale de l'évaluation environnementale et stratégique. Au cours de cette audience, j'agirai comme porte-parole pour le ministère de l'Environnement. Le ministère a réuni une équipe d'experts pour répondre aux questions de la Commission. Donc, à mes côtés, j'ai Mme Catherine Gagnon, de la Direction générale de l'évaluation environnementale et stratégique. Ce soir sont également présentes à distance Mme Danielle Gauthier.
We also have Mme Danielle Gauthier from Gaspésie of the Magdalene Island and Mme Îles-de-la-Madeleine, who is with climate change. We also have a number of experts who are available to answer to your questions in writing. Thank you very much. Mr. Richard from CMEM. Yes, hello. My name is David Richard. I am the head for urbanism at the Magdalene Island community, and I'm the spokesperson. I also have Jocelyn, who is with climate change, and Madame Giraud, who is here with climate action as well, as I mentioned earlier. So there's a link between Ms. Giraud and Mr. Jean-Michel Leblanc, and the commission, it has been informed, and as spokesperson, I will guarantee the veracity of the responses provided by Madame Giraud. As mentioned earlier as well, Mr. Jean Hubac is absent today, but will be here tomorrow as a resource person. He is the General Director for the Municipality of the Magdalene Islands. Madame Cyr. Hi, I am Karina Cyr. I am the Director General for Grosse-Île, and I've got my assistant, Cardiff Aikens, who is in the room, and the Mayor Gordon Berg. Thank you very much, Mr. Scully. Hello, I'm Yannick Scully. I am with Hydro-Quebec, and I will be Hydro-Quebec spokesperson. And I also have Marc-Antoine, who is the Counselor for Regional Matters and someone for Regional Planification. And the spokesperson for the Ministry of Transportation and Sustainability. Yes, hello, I'm Simon Roy. I am the respondent for the file, Fortnum, and I am the spokesperson for the Ministry of Transportation and Durability. And I am with Mr. Alexandre Sauvageau, who is an engineer in adaptation to climate change. Thank you. And now the representative of the Ministry of Health and Social Services. My name is Yves Beunier. I am a specialist doctor in preventative medicine with public health in Gaspésie, Magdalene Island. I am accompanied remotely by Pierre-Olivier Morissette, who is a planning agent, an agent in planning and environmental health and at the Public Health Department of Magdalene Island. And Mr. the representative of the Windsor Mine. Hello, I'm Jean-Baptiste Romeyer. I am the main director for the operations in Canada East for Cell Windsor Limited. I am with Mr. Michel Place, who is in the room, and the Director General of the mine. Thank you very much. And the spokesperson for the Ministry of Public Security is with us again. Yes, good evening. Félix Caron. I am the Director for the Ministry of Public Security. I'm the spokesperson for the ministry. I am with Charles Bélan, who is our expert for questions on erosion, coastal erosion. Thank you very much. So we're going to go back to where we were before the presentation started. We're going to ask for people who requested public hearings to make a summary of them, and we're going to start with Ms. Hélène Chevrier.
Bonsoir, madame.
Bonsoir. Ça va?
Hello.
Moi, je suis contente d'être ici ce soir.
So I'm happy to be here today, mainly because we are in Grosse-Île. And I need to say that 50 years ago, maybe more ago, it was in February as well, there was what we can call the first public hearing on the environment in Quebec. And at that time, it was about the salt mine and its port. So today, I wish for the exchanges to lead to better judgment on durability of the wind farm project. I'm from Magdalen Island. I've worked as a coordinator on these islands and for almost 40 years. I've always been interested in the richness and the vulnerability of the natural heritage in general and of our islands as well. So I'm going to try to summarize my request in 5 points and hopefully in 5 minutes as well. So first, I must say that the impact assessment that was presented to us is not complete, and basic information that is very important is missing, namely the number of turbines, the engineering, the respective sites of each of these turbines, the options that would reduce exposition, conservation measures for biodiversity, and a series of plans, emergency plans, intervention plans. None of that is complete. And in addition, in the impact assessment, we do not describe the system, the storage system, so batteries, which, in my opinion, is an essential element that cannot be separated from the project. And all of these documents that are necessary for the department are necessary for us as well, as we are also concerned about the future of our environment. Second, the wind farm project on Grosse-Île is in a region that is doubly threatened by climate change. The Dune du Nord is subject to erosion because of the ocean on the one side, the sea, and on the other side, it's not elevated, and so it's vulnerable to flooding by the lagoon of Grande Entrée. It's also at the seat of the Highway 197 and a public service road. The impact assessment mentions that if turbines of 4.2 megawatts are implemented in this sector, they are going to be subject irrevocably to a pressure of the sea on their foundation, and other project facilities will also have issues during storms. Security measures are very weak or non-existent in 2050-60. And the impact assessment says that the route is a protection measure and that the only way to protect the project is to protect the road. But Road 197 was not built to be an obstacle, to be a barrier to waters rising. It's a road that, if you see on the Cordon du Nord, we know that it's mostly a barrier to the dynamic nature of the dune. So the project deals with the social and economic obstacles where we could maybe see a rupture of Route 197 and a stop in production. And in order to make a good decision and avoid mistakes, should we not turn to recent experiences on the protection of the islands? Let's think here of what happened in 1957, and 70 years later, despite the colossal efforts from the Ministry of Transportation of Quebec, questions are resurfacing. Should we open it again, raise the road, at what price, for how long? Let's think as well about projects that have been popular over the past few years, and for the most part, they have been led on an emergency basis and an experimental basis and require huge costs, and the needs are recurrent. Should we not draw teachings from this for the future and to benefit the wind farm project on Grosse-Île? Third, it is important to conserve the biodiversity and integrity of bird habitat, essential bird habitats. The initiator, we are talking about 50 species of birds who are terrestrial, wild, who some have a protected status or at-risk status. At the risk of what was implemented in 2021, the mortality rate was higher than elsewhere. The mortality follow-up, when we see that we have new turbines, this cannot be a relevant measure to mitigate the risk of collisions with birds into turbines, is what is insisted by Environment Canada. Fourth, financial issues have not been dealt with in the impact assessment. We repeat that the project will cost 80 million. If we need to adapt the foundation by an elevation, we're going to need to add between 10 and 25 million. And if on top of that, we had to stabilize the coast, that option would increase it by 30 to 40 million minimum. The initiator affirms that this last option, which would have privileged him, would be possible only with the financial collaboration of the different parties present on the land. Will the different departments, the various departments, whether it be the whole gang, whether it be municipal affairs, transport, public security, environment, the maritime community, Hydro-Québec, the salt mine, etc., did they provide their opinion on these management plans? Have they looked at the financial impact of the lifespan of this project? These numbers do not accurately reflect the consequences of the project. Fifth, and I am sharing the challenge of reducing greenhouse gas effects. Turbines for sure reduce these, but the initiator did not look for other site options or other scenarios for the production of turbines. And this shows that a greenhouse gas reduction at the Quebec Central represents the islands in their whole. Have we really envisioned a true energy transition? Over the past few years, we have been consuming more fossil fuels in our daily lives, whether in our homes, our vehicles, etc. And the production of wind energy, what do we think about the increase of energy consumption produced over the same period? What would the increase of 16.8 megawatt of wind turbines do when we are envisioning adding up to 33 megawatts in the future? The project of the wind farm project forces us as citizens to reflect on the management of this. And then we talk about the current generations and the generations to come. An energy sobriety is necessary to deal with the challenges of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. For all these reasons, that's why I asked for there to be a public hearing, and I thank you.
Je comprends votre enthousiasme, mais comme j'ai dit dans mon discours, s'il vous plaît, pas de...
As I said in my speech, no manifestation or presentation of the disapproval. Yes, because it's been someone else's turn to speak. Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Madame Bourgeois to present her request. Madame Bourgeois is online. Yes. Hello. Well, good evening. Or good afternoon. Madame Paul, Madame Lenné, it's my pleasure to be there for the first time to the BAP. For me, it's a christening. Also, I'm surprised that there's not as many more people that I would encourage you to do so. For me, I wrote the request to the Minister of Environment Minister, Mr. Driville, on December 4th. The next day, the public in December, I listened to him through the web because I'm an environmentalist and a farmer. It's like the lady, a bit emotional. And followed to that meeting, I noticed there was a lack of information. The population received some information from the instances to have some financial gain. Not too much information, not much appropriate information. I thought it was a lot of money. To understand a bit my idea, not to look for the appropriate information to show the public, like the birds, like the lady was saying, the mortality, the death of the birds. I think it's 15 per wind turbine. So I found the number. We didn't want to say, and yet the number of birds that died at the foot of the wind turbine, were something that could be verified. So Mr. LeBlanc, to take the responsibility of its project. There's also 2 wind turbines in place. There's no environmental information for this important meeting, which for the first time that I didn't know him, Mr. LeBlanc. I'm not angry at him. I'm sure he looks after business, but there's the responsibility of the decision to the minister, and the people who are going to study the report and bring recommendations to consider. I think I'm asking for an inquiry because I thought there was a lack of transparency. This project lacked transparency because I see people prepare the question. I could see there was a lot of information that was going around, and that's it. So I asked the minister to take into account my arguments. So I signed Louise Bourgeois, horticulturist, and I wish you a wonderful session. Thank you, Madame Bourgeois. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Have a nice evening. Now, Mr. Marc-Olivier Billette from the Organisme pour un choix éclairé in Nicolette Yamaska. Thank you very much, Madame Paul. So I represent today for a clear choice. Thank you. I represent the collectivity for Nicolette Yamaska for a clear choice. Set up the wind farm in Yamaska in 2023. They have the permission to reflect for this collective project, to ask the population to make a choice that is enlightened and to see that the community can participate. The collectivity support the energy on a I'm sorry, but so we're preoccupied by all the wind turbine project, especially construction in the Grosse-Île projects, wind farm projects, for the following reason. First of all, it's a private project which create an obstacle to transparency and also access to documentation. And as we have learned, it also leads to privatization of Hydro-Québec. Moreover, the project has been developed with the energy transition, which is that provides no guarantee, no clear design for all the energy, which could maybe prevent the government to be responsible. So to measure acceptability, social acceptability of the project is kind of unclear. It's difficult for the population consent to this project and to the consequence at the long term for this project. This project implies the new generations where there's also an absence of proof, the lack to the human health and also animal health. More and more studies become available, which talked about those wind turbines. Finally, as a project, it brings a lack of quality for the population, the local population. It's also important to make a demonstration that the benefits that are from such a project surpass all what happens to the impact and also the Îles-de-la-Madeleine. Also, we ask that those issues are presented to a commission for the public hearing on the environment. Also, on the analysis of the project of the wind farm, of the Grosse-Île. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Monsieur Billet. I will now call Madame Kim Clark.
Thank you, Madame Paul. I made a request to BAP for 3 important reasons. There is important erosion less than 1 kilometer from this proposed site. There is also underground mining directly beneath the site. In 1995, actually, we suffered from a sinkhole in that area. The information sessions confirm that the projected site includes dunes and coastal habitats used by endangered and threatened species. Grosse-Île is the smallest municipality and will have to live with the visual pollution of the flattening of dunes, the construction, and finally the turbines themselves. However, the majority of the financial advantage will be going to communauté maritime and not to the municipality of Grosse-Île. So in summary, the destruction of our natural dune landscape, erosion and land stability, and loss of or threats to endangered and threatened species are the reasons that I requested the BAP. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Clark. Finalement, une dernière lecture.
Finally, one last reading. Madame Bélan. Est-ce que Madame Bélan est en ligne? Is Madame Bélan online?
Je suis là.
I am here. Can you hear me? Yes. Good evening. Please go ahead. Present your request. You have 5 minutes. Thank you, Madame Paul. So, I represent Madame Rachel Fernand, President of Vendée, for the organization of which I'm a member of.
Suite à notre visionnement de la
our visioning of the information session of December 3rd regarding the Grosse-Île wind farm on the municipality of Grosse-Île in the maritime community of Îles-de-la-Madeleine. We thought that the impacts of such a project will require a public hearing led by the PAP because the argument
est souvent insatisfaisant et soulève bien des questions qui exigent des réponses claires. Voilà pour...
We don't give a clear answer. So that's why we will communicate a request for a public hearing by the PAP regarding the Grosse-Île wind farm on the community of Grosse-Île in the maritime Îles-de-la-Madeleine. You will find below the main points of the arguments supporting our request. Was there explicit consent from the local populations for that project to be developed for the wind turbines, which is done by private businesses? Are the steps from the promoter to illustrate the consent of the population to the project are sufficient? In which way those 2 private companies, Alliance Énergie de l'Est, SPC, et MGR Renouvelable, will provide all the information for the public interest regarding this project by taking into account that are protected by the law the access of the information. This specificity to the legal structure, was this explained sufficiently to the local population? In which way the cumulative impact of such project will be taken into account and by whom? And in which way will they be presented publicly? To all these questions, presenting so many issues, local and national. We ask that the Grosse-Île wind farm project on the community municipality of Grosse-Île in the Îles-de-la-Madeleine area are presented to a public hearing by the BAP on the environment. Vendelu est a non-profit organization which is preoccupied by the democratic in how the wind turbine report is happening. So we deplore that citizens and elected people have to repeat the request for the public hearing specifically of the BAP, having before a general hearing take place. So we'd like to thank you for the attention. You will look into our request, and we thank you. And it's signed Rachel Fernand, which I present that person tonight. Elected person. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Madame Bella. So is the last person to present us the request. However, the commission has received 16. So I would allow myself to summarize the points, the most important points which were presented during is in 3 sections. The impact on the natural environment. The request mentioned that the risk of erosion, of submersion, coastal submersion, and stability of all the structures, the circulation and safety, the impact on on all the species in the forest, and also the dual environment, and also the risk to the infrared level, and also the breaking away from the project. So also the impact on the human health. We talk about human health, consultation on social stability, things obstacle to the caused by the noise, and also obstacle to the public land. Also, in terms of the economic impact and governance, we mentioned the transparency and governing of private wind turbine projects, and also to reduce fossil energy, the lack of information, and the fact that the study will be incomplete, the financing and the cost of the project, including all the breaking down, and also the governance of the Îles-de-la-Madeleine, the financial benefits, and the contribution of the project to the energetic transition of the island, and also air safety. So those are all points which were requested in all the requests from the public hearing. Now we will go with the presentation of the project. Maintenant,
à vous la parole, vous avez 20 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, Madam President, to respect the delay of minutes. However, the interpretation will be done, also will be available, afin de respecter.
In French, but I remind you that the English translation of our presentation is available on a paper format. Donc, je vous présente le projet de parc éolien de Grosse-Île. Je suis très fier de pouvoir vous le présenter ce soir à la commission et aux gens présents en ligne et en salle. Je vais débuter d'abord par notre présentation de l'organisation qui est derrière.
I'm going to start by describing our organization, which is behind the project, and then I'll talk about the project itself. So the initiator of the wind farm project of Grosse-Île is 50% from Nutrinor-Gilbert Renewable Energy and 50% Energy East. Nutrinor-Gilbert Renewable Energies is a renewable energy project developer that is 100% Quebec, and formed from a cooperator of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and the group Gilbert, which is a family company also from the Saguenay. We are co-owner, so 50% co-owner of the Dune du Nord wind farm in the Magdalen Island, as well as with our partner from the East. So we have a vision and an expertise of the insular issues, the the constraints also with the community that we've developed from the very beginning of the project. The Eastern Energy Alliance includes 209 communities and territories in Quebec. It ensures that there is participation in the renewable energy, which ensures benefits for the local economy. Our project, the wind farm project on Grosse-Île, we developed it so that it could be in the energy transition of Quebec towards renewable energy, in particular for autonomous networks in Quebec. We know that electricity on the island comes from the thermal central, and it is very important as for Quebec. With 11.6 megawatt, or 16.8 megawatts, where we'll avoid 30,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions per year, which is the equivalent of 11 million cars per year. So our project will reduce fuel oil consumption by 11 million liters per year by thermal power plant, which is also very important for Quebec. It's going to reduce the risks linked to transportation and the fuel oil consumption on the territory. So with the current project of the wind farm project, the wind farm project on Grosse-Île will bring to 40% electricity to the island, which will come from renewable wind energy. This doesn't just respond to climate change issues, it's also a concrete solution to less pollution, more security, and sustainable economic benefits for the community. Our goal is to have a clean energy for the next 30 years. The characteristics of the project that we are presenting to you are shown here. So currently we have a contract power of 16.8 megawatts. We would like to install 4 turbines on the territory that we'll present to you. We have studied 7 turbine areas to place these 4 turbines. These are turbines that are comparable to the ones at the Dune du Nord. You can already see it's near Pointe-de-l'Eau. The site that we are going to show you on the map shortly is near storage sites for the Windsor salt mine. In total, the difference in the impact that we've seen in the impact statement are based on the 7 sites or 7 positions, so 1 turbine on each site. So for the impact that we've studied, we would say that despite our project of having 4 turbines on these sites, in total, we would have an impact, if there's a turbine on each site, we would have an impact of 11.3 hectares on the Magdalen Island. There's 4 million public hectares there on the Magdalen Islands, just to give you a reference point. So the projected location of the park is shown on the screen. It is on the territory of the municipality of Grosse-Île, 1.7 kilometers from the first dwellings on Grosse-Île in the area that is already industrialized with Îles-de-la-Madeleine, and also with the new sand deposit of sustainable mobility and the Ministry of Transport and Sustainable Mobility. We also have the Dune du Nord wind farm, which is a little bit south of the project, which would enable us to regroup these all in one bigger sector. Obviously, we choose the site based on the quality of the wind farm, and it's part of the zone that was accepted by the maritime community and implemented in the urbanism regulation. More specifically, we're going to zone it on the map. So you can see, we're going to zoom in here. You can see the proposed location. We have 2 zones. So zone A in the north is across from the Îles-de-la-Madeleine, the salt mine, which is at the limit of Zone A. We have the sand deposit of the Ministry of Transport, in which we propose having 4 privileged locations. So in a privileged scenario, we'd have 4 turbines in 5 of them. We have 3 reserve sites to take into consideration the turbines that will be chosen in the project. 1 additional reserve and 2 additional reserves a little bit further south of the road. So that would be location B on the map, where we would have 2 locations on the south near the lagoon. So in the study zone of the project, we chose this location for our turbines, taking into consideration the different environmental criteria and thresholds. So you can see them on the map on the screen. So each color represents the distance, the safe distance in regards to Road 197, the different wetlands, the distances to the water plants, the protected habitats, the essential habitats for species at risk, etc. So we are taking into consideration the different parameters when we propose sites for our project and our turbines. So here is a tentative timeline for the project. So 2022 to 2025, it was development. We're still preparing the project and evaluating its impact on the environment. And tonight we're here with the BAP hearings to see if the project is accepted and admissible, which we hope that in 2026 we can then move on to the construction phase in 2027, 2028 with the preparation of the required areas, foundation, and also actually installing the turbines for them to be used from 2028 to 2058, so 30 years of operation. That would be the guaranteed life of the turbines that we wish to install. After the life of the park, we have a guarantee of dismantling, like a dismantling plan. They would be dismantled at the end of our contract with Hydro-Québec if it is not renewed. So if the contract is renewed, then the dismantling could take place a few years later, depending on what will happen then. I'm going to show you here on the screen a few examples of the construction phase. These are images that come from our current park in Dune-du-Nord at its construction phase. On the left, you see a part of the collector network, which is embedded and it's revitalized, like we replant on it and we make it look natural. And then we use it as a surface area for wind turbines. On the right, you can see how the vegetation is growing again once the construction work is completed. We also see here other examples of the construction period of the Parc du Nord. You see wind turbines here. So the turbines that we want for Grosse-Île are of a comparable size to those in Dune-du-Nord. The presentation tonight needs to present to you the environmental assessment that we conducted for the project, the environmental assessment that we mandated independent assessors to be able to answer tonight's questions. So the environmental impact assessment, we first looked at or asked for inventories and studies to be carried out on different subjects, which you see on the screen. We see wildlife surveys, floristic inventories, ecological characterization of wetlands, soundscape assessment, landscape analysis, etc. And with these inventories and consultations with local stakeholders in the population, which we've been doing since 2022, we were able to aim for biological, economic, and social issues. We assess the significance of the impact for each environmental component in order to then look at specific mitigation measures and assess the residual impact, the final impact, once the mitigation measures have been taken into consideration to show the feasibility of our project. You have here on the screen now the various issues that were looked at in the environmental impact assessment, so ecological, social, and economic. We're going to go through slides for each of these in a few moments. First of all, the protection of biodiversity and the dune ecosystem. So on the side, when we talk about fauna, we are looking at specific inventory since 2022 of birds, bats, species at risk. I would like to remind you that the information of our impact assessment are on the BAP website and the Environmental Impact Registry. This is a summary that we're showing you tonight. So we did many mitigation measures. So for example, implementing during construction, various mitigation measures during the construction phase in connection with the nesting period, making security nests and marking and securing the nests for at-risk species, and as well mitigation measures that we took for the protection of the horned grebe, which is near the lagoon. Protection of biodiversity for when we talk about the flora or the floristic side, the plants. We have an inventory that was conducted since 2022 for the required area of 11.3 hectares in order to focus on the different species that are protected or at risk. We have as mitigation measures withdrawal of the Junjunal Flora Habitat Project. We also want to avoid the Conrad's broom crowberry, especially for surfaces that are affected by the project. And we also want to ensure that during the construction, they're not affected. Also, we know that protecting the dune and the coastline is a big issue. And so during the construction, we want to restore work areas adapted to the morphological characteristics of the dune system. So we know that there are mobile dunes, fixed dunes, so there will be measures that will be taken into place to restore them following construction. We also have modeling of erosion and flooding hazards in order to integrate it into the analysis. So integrate the issues related to the risk of erosion and flooding. We have a willingness to include the project and the stakeholders, including the maritime community and all the different departments that are mentioned in the flooding management framework, the coastal erosion and flooding management framework. The protection measures for the future was necessary. We also have a design and detailed engineering of the project's infrastructure, which takes into consideration erosion and flooding risk. And we also want to do annual monitoring of the coastline and sharing of data with the department and also other stakeholders. When we talk about wetlands and bodies of water, as I mentioned before, we want to ensure that there was no body of water near the projected site of the project, and we ensured that there would be no turbine that would be installed within 60 meters of a water environment. Contributions to climate change. So for us, I'm sorry to interrupt, but since you have 20 minutes, you have 5 minutes till the end. So if you could just maybe focus on your slides, what's the most important? Thank you. So we want to avoid 30,000 tons of CO2 and reduce 11 million liters per year of heating oil, which would be very important to climate change. Regarding integration into the landscape, the wind turbines are 3 kilometers from Grosse-Île, 5.8 kilometers from Grande Entrée. We have also simulations that are online, and from our consultations that we did in Grosse-Île and Junjunal, which I'm showing you here in bigger. We have here the grande entrée visual simulation, and we have real images here where we talk about the different sites in real size. So here we have the entrance from the bridge of so this is the bridge of Grosse-Île. So again, this is all available online. Regarding the soundscape, we have a project that has been integrated with success when we talk about the project in Grosse-Île. So we have a project. On the map on the left, we modeled the noise emissions looking at the maximum. So with this turbine, when they produce maximum effects that would push the sound perfectly in all directions with humidity and all that, and we are under 40 decibels in the entire village or the entire part that has dwellings on Grosse-Île, so which is kind of the equivalent of a conversation in a library. What's very important for us is the maintenance of land use, mainly the use of Route 199, which is essential for the east of the islands. We have a transportation plan that is going to take into consideration the Route 199 and communicate the different issues that we could see on Route 199, as we saw during the previous project of du Nord. Regarding economic benefits and diversification of energy resources, it's a project that will create jobs in construction, 20 to 30 jobs. We hope to be able to maximize economic benefits for the island, and which will also go to the region of Gaspésie. The economic benefits will have 3 different impacts on the community, or direct impacts on the community. We will have participation from the Alliance, the Eastern Energy Alliance, so annual distributions. We'll have payments, firm annual payments to the municipality of Grosse-Île for the 30 years of the project, and also public land leases for the maritime community, and for the liaison committee, we will maximize local benefits. Environmental monitoring and follow-up is how we can ensure all of the commitments we've made are respected. I want to talk about operation. We're going to make sure we follow up on, monitoring birds and bats and ensure that we monitor everything over the 30 years of the project. I just want to conclude by talking about the consultation procedures. So I'm very happy that we will look at the issues raised by the community. Before today, since 2022, we did 3 in Étang-du-Nord, 3 in Grosse-Île. We also have a participation from the islands of Grosse-Île, different mechanisms, tourist mechanisms, etc. So this enabled us to optimize the project over the past few years, and we're very happy to have your opinions and your questions tonight. So on this, I will end my presentation, and I remind you that we're very proud to present a project that is really going to strengthen the energy resilience of the Magdalene Islands with significant economic benefits for the islands in eastern Quebec, which is in line with the objectives of Hydro-Quebec's Decarbonization Action Plan, rigorous work to maximize the benefits and minimize the impacts for the community of the islands and the community of Grosse-Île. So, Madam President, I turn it over to you. Thank you all for listening. Thank you very much. You respected the time, just 23 seconds. Before our break, I'm going to discuss how the question period is going to work. If you're in the room,
if you follow us at distance, you'll have to fill out the form which is on the website of the BAP, or go through phone. The information will be on the screen. Know that the forms are basically in French. After the break, I will ask any participants who registered one after the other in order to allow the greatest number of people to speak. I will accept 2 questions per intervention. and I would ask, please, to avoid preambles. Of course, moreover, it's up to me. You will have to ask me the question. I will not be able to comment the question that the answer will obtain. Madame Lynn will look at the intervention and for the question we've been asked. Also know that the people, resource people will answer the question in French. After your intervention, you can register again as long as the register is open. Pour la période de questions,
register at the reception desk at the entrance. If you are following us remotely, please fill out the form on the BAP's website or register by phone. The contact information is displayed on the screen. Please note that all forms are in French. When we return from the break, I will call on participants who have signed up in turn. To allow as many people as possible to speak, I will accept 2 questions per intervention and ask that you avoid lengthy introductions. In addition, you must address your question to me, and you will not be able to comment on the answers you receive. Please also note that Mrs. Lenny and I will take advantage of the various interventions to ask our own questions. After your interventions, you may re-register as long as the register is open. Je déclare maintenant le registre ouvert. Nous prendrons...
Open. We will take a 15-minute break. Le registre
15 minutes. Thank you.
Vous avez certainement entendu parler du BAP, mais savez-vous vraiment ce qu'il est et ce qu'il peut faire pour vous? Le BAP a été créé en 1978 pour que le ministre responsable de l'Environnement puisse conseiller adéquatement le gouvernement lorsque celui-ci doit prendre une décision sur un projet majeur. Lorsque le BAP remet son rapport, les enjeux sensibles du projet ont été analysés. Et tout le monde y gagne. Les citoyens ont eu l'occasion de bien comprendre le projet et ses enjeux, d'obtenir des réponses fiables et de faire connaître leurs préoccupations. Les experts ont répondu aux questions posées. Ils ont mis en lumière les impacts du projet et les façons possibles de les aborder. L'initiateur peut bonifier son projet, au besoin, pour qu'il soit profitable pour tous et acceptable pour la collectivité. Le gouvernement connaît l'intérêt ainsi que les attentes de la collectivité envers le projet. Participer aux travaux du BAP, c'est faire progresser la société. Avec le BAP, vous obtenez l'heure juste sur les projets qui peuvent avoir un impact sur votre collectivité. Les consultations publiques et les rapports du BAP vous permettent de tout savoir de façon précise et transparente. Contrairement à ce que plusieurs pensent, le BAP ne prend pas de décision sur un projet. Il avise le ministre responsable de l'Environnement afin d'éclairer la prise de décision gouvernementale. Dans son rapport, le BAP dresse un portrait fiable, basé sur des faits, sur la science et sur les réalités locales. Citoyens, organismes, initiateurs, décideurs, c'est tout le Québec qui en profite. Lorsque le BAP analyse un projet, il le fait sous tous les angles nécessaires pour donner un avis éclairé au gouvernement. Au BAP, on fait le point sur différents aspects d'un projet. Est-il conforme avec le développement durable et le respect de l'environnement? Correspond-il aux valeurs de votre communauté? Quels sont ses avantages et ses inconvénients sur le plan économique? Ainsi, dans son rapport, le BAP tient compte globalement des enjeux écologiques, sociaux, économiques, scientifiques et technologiques. Le BAP fournit alors un meilleur éclairage, ce qui permet au gouvernement de prendre une décision bénéfique pour le Québec de demain. Le BAP est l'une des rares institutions qui permet aux citoyens de participer directement à définir leur avenir. Au Québec, nous avons toutes les raisons d'être fiers de notre BAP. Découvrez ce qu'il fait pour vous au www.bap.gouv.qc.ca. Vous avez certainement entendu parler de la tenue d'un BAP lorsque le gouvernement doit autoriser un projet au Québec. Mais savez-vous vraiment comment tout cela fonctionne? Au Québec, tout projet d'envergure présentant un risque environnemental élevé doit obtenir une autorisation du gouvernement basée sur la recommandation du ministre responsable de l'Environnement. Le projet est alors soumis à la procédure d'évaluation et d'examen des impacts sur l'environnement qui est encadrée par la loi sur la qualité de l'environnement. C'est au cours de ce processus qu'aura lieu l'intervention du BAP. Le ministère et le BAP jouent chacun un rôle bien précis pour évaluer le projet à l'étude et pour assurer la participation du public à la prise de décision. Le but ultime est de concilier les enjeux environnementaux, sociaux et économiques. Le ministère encadre la procédure et coordonne l'ensemble des analyses techniques et scientifiques jugées nécessaires. Il travaille en collaboration avec les experts des ministères et organismes concernés. Il s'assure également que l'ensemble des documents qu'il a reçus ou qu'il a produits dans le cadre de la procédure soient facilement accessibles au public. À cette fin, le ministère a créé le registre des évaluations environnementales que toute personne intéressée peut consulter. Au cours du processus d'évaluation, le BAP informe la population et réalise les mandats de consultation publique qui lui sont confiés par le ministre. Le BAP est totalement indépendant dans son fonctionnement. Il permet à toute personne intéressée de s'exprimer et d'obtenir leur juste sur les projets qui lui sont soumis. De plus, les commissaires responsables des consultations disposent du pouvoir de questionner quiconque peut les informer sur un aspect spécifique. Ils peuvent aussi exiger le dépôt de documents nécessaires à l'analyse d'un projet. Grâce au BAP, l'initiateur du projet, les experts, les organismes et les citoyens contribuent chacun à leur manière à dresser un portrait fiable basé sur des faits, sur la science et sur les préoccupations de la population. La procédure réalisée par le ministère constitue un processus complet et rigoureux. Les spécialistes qui y participent peuvent être engagés par l'initiateur du projet ou être des employés du gouvernement. Dans tous les cas, ils sont régis par leur code de déontologie professionnelle. Quant au BAP, c'est un organisme indépendant qui sert toujours l'intérêt public et non celui de certaines personnes ou de certains groupes. Sa compétence, son impartialité et sa transparence sont reconnues. Voici comment se déroule la procédure. Dans un premier temps, l'initiateur d'un projet à risque environnemental élevé avise le ministre de son intention. Celui-ci diffuse alors une directive qui détermine le contenu de l'étude d'impact et de toute autre démarche de conformité environnementale que doit effectuer l'initiateur du projet. Tout au long de la procédure, le ministère a la responsabilité de consulter les communautés autochtones susceptibles d'être affectées par le projet. Le ministère prend en compte les préoccupations liées à leurs droits dans le cadre de l'analyse d'un projet. Dès le départ, le ministère consulte le public sur les enjeux que l'étude d'impact devrait aborder. L'initiateur réalise son étude d'impact conformément à la directive du ministre. Cette démarche scientifique vise avant tout à évaluer les impacts du projet sur l'environnement et à déterminer les enjeux qui y sont liés. Cela inclut de manière indissociable les dimensions écologiques, sociales et économiques. Lorsque l'étude est achevée, les spécialistes du ministère la vérifient en collaboration avec les ministères et organismes concernés. Ils s'assurent que les exigences de la directive ont été respectées et que les enjeux soulevés par le public ont bien été pris en compte. Au besoin, le ministère peut demander à l'initiateur qu'il apporte des précisions ou des compléments d'information à son étude d'impact. Lorsque l'étude d'impact est achevée, selon la directive du ministre, 2 opérations se mettent en branle. D'une part, un processus d'information et de consultation publique réalisé par le BAP et, d'autre part, une analyse environnementale sous la responsabilité du ministère. La période d'information publique est d'une durée de 30 jours. C'est l'occasion pour toute personne, tout groupe ou toute municipalité de demander la tenue d'une consultation publique ou d'une médiation. À cette fin, le BAP utilise différents moyens pour informer la population, dont une séance publique en présence de l'initiateur du projet. Si le ministre estime que la nature des enjeux soulevés ou les préoccupations du public le justifient, il peut passer outre cette étape et confier au BAP un mandat d'audience publique sur le projet. Les spécialistes du ministère réalisent l'analyse environnementale du projet en collaboration avec les experts des ministères et organismes gouvernementaux concernés. Cette analyse est basée sur les enjeux majeurs du projet. Elle vise à conseiller le ministre sur son acceptabilité environnementale, sur la pertinence de le réaliser ou non et, le cas échéant, sur ses conditions d'autorisation. À la fin du processus, le ministre dispose du rapport d'analyse environnementale de son ministère ainsi que du rapport du BAP. Il fait sa propre recommandation au gouvernement, qui peut alors refuser ou autoriser le projet avec ou sans modification et aux conditions qu'il détermine. Si le projet est autorisé, Le ministère a la responsabilité de s'assurer que sa réalisation est conforme aux exigences gouvernementales. De plus, il encadre le contrôle environnemental durant et après la réalisation des travaux. Ainsi, au fil du temps, chaque projet apporte de précieuses connaissances qui permettent de bonifier les pratiques en environnement. Au Québec, nous avons toutes les raisons d'être fiers de cette procédure unique, de nous y intéresser et d'y participer. Découvrez la procédure sur le site Web du ministère responsable de l'Environnement. Au Québec, les initiateurs des projets d'envergure comportant un risque environnemental doivent obtenir une autorisation du gouvernement pour les réaliser. Saviez-vous que vous pouvez participer à la décision? Un processus bien précis se déroule entre le moment où l'initiateur d'un projet avise le ministre responsable de l'Environnement de son intention et celui où le gouvernement prend sa décision. Durant ce processus, vous avez plusieurs occasions de prendre connaissance du projet, de demander l'analyse de certains enjeux et de participer aux consultations publiques. Tout au long de la procédure d'évaluation et d'examen des impacts sur l'environnement, une consultation spécifique des communautés autochtones est réalisée. Avant même le dépôt de son avis de projet au ministère et tout au long de sa planification, l'initiateur est encouragé à être à l'écoute des citoyens afin que le projet soit bien intégré dans les communautés. Les résultats de ces consultations seront pris en considération lors de l'analyse environnementale du projet. C'est donc votre première occasion de participer. L'initiateur d'un projet doit réaliser une étude d'impact conforme à la directive du ministre. Après l'envoi de cette directive, le ministère tient une consultation publique sur les enjeux que l'étude d'impact devrait aborder. Vous disposez de 30 jours pour indiquer au ministre vos préoccupations dans le registre des évaluations environnementales. L'initiateur devra en tenir compte dans son étude d'impact. Lorsque l'initiateur du projet s'est conformé à la directive du ministre, la période d'information publique débute. Vous pouvez alors vous informer sur le projet et sur ses répercussions sur le milieu. C'est l'occasion de demander au ministre une audience publique, une consultation ciblée ou une médiation. Il suffit d'une seule demande pour amener le ministre à confier un mandat au BAP. Lorsqu'il juge qu'une audience publique est incontournable, le ministre peut confier directement ce mandat au BAP. 3 types de mandats peuvent être confiés au BAP selon la nature des demandes. La médiation est un processus de dialogue entre l'initiateur d'un projet et les citoyens concernés. Il vise à régler un différend sur un aspect du projet. La consultation ciblée est privilégiée dans le cas où un nombre restreint de préoccupations est soulevé. Une audience publique s'impose lorsque les enjeux sont majeurs et qu'ils concernent l'ensemble de la collectivité. Elle constitue un moment particulièrement fort de la participation citoyenne. L'audience se déroule en 2 temps. La première partie vous permet de poser vos questions et d'obtenir un éclairage sur les enjeux qui vous préoccupent. La seconde partie vous offre la possibilité d'exprimer votre opinion et de faire des recommandations. L'audience publique est une occasion unique pour tous les acteurs de partager leurs savoirs respectifs dans un climat serein. Votre participation est essentielle car vous êtes l'expert du milieu où vous vivez. Vos connaissances, vos opinions et vos idées sont indispensables pour que les meilleures décisions soient prises. Profitez des occasions à votre disposition pour tout savoir sur un projet qui vous concerne et pour faire valoir votre point de vue. Au Québec, nous avons toutes les raisons d'être fiers de la procédure, de nous y intéresser et d'y participer. Découvrez le BAP au www.bap.gouv.qc.ca.
Si vous voulez bien prendre place,
please go back to your seat. We will start the
proceedings. Je vais maintenant inviter la
Now I
première.
will invite the first person who registered to come at the table of the stakeholders. I will have invite la première personne.
Speaker's table, Mr. Glenn Young.
Hello, thank you.
Merci, bonjour. La première.
The project documents describe the site as being outside of the protected ecosystem of the dune, but it's also part of the same fragile dune system as Dune du Nord, which is legally protected to prevent erosion, breaching, and damage to threatened species such as the Corme de Conrad. The studies also describe this area as low-lying sandy terrain, largely under 4 meters in elevation, that also breaches during storms. So my question is, on what basis does the project consider a legally protected dune system, established specifically to prevent this type of disturbance, an appropriate location for large industrial wind turbines and permanent access roads?
Comme vous êtes mon premier cobaye, Monsieur Young.
Okay.
Since you're my first guinea pig, John, forgive me. I want to make sure to understand your question before to pass it to the promoter. So you inquire regarding the fact that there's a protected environment, which is a proximity, and you want to find out how the promoter can implant the proximity of this such a habitat. Is that what you were saying? Yes.
Oui, d'accord. Monsieur Leblanc?
Leblanc?
Et, attendez un peu, Monsieur Young. Juste
so, wait. To specify, we will come back to you, Madame Leclerc. So, Madame la Présidente, to answer the question, Mr. John, the project was effectively done outside of a floristic habitat, protected floristic habitat, which is at the provincial level, and at the level of the dune, regarding the dunes, the project is following the environment regulations, which requires environmental authorization to build into a dune.
Comme promoteur, nous avons
As a promoter, we committed to restore this dune environment to have a minimal impact, and also to, forgive me, to follow during the duration of the project the issues of erosion, which are not linked to the project, but the project could eventually follow. So I don't know if I answered the questions. I don't know if my answer is satisfying. I would also add that since you are at proximity for both sites, which are more at the south, because you have proximity, really immediate proximity of a protected habitat, what are the precautions, the additional precautions that you're going to take to really assure that there's no overlapping, there's no disturbance for the Conrad's Broom corroboree. So for the commitment that the promoter is taking, this part which already been done, it's the inventory of each individual plant of the Conrad's Broom corroboree, and I can pass the word to Madame Castonguay, who could to explain in more detail the way that we're able to do such inventory. And also we take commitment to protect those plants of Conrad Broom corroborees, and also regarding all the impact and all the hours of working, all the access roads, all the trench that will be done for a collecting network, and also to localize also for the other people that are going to access the site, and those who are at the access road, so that we cannot step over. So if you allow, Madame Kassongué could explain all the inventory that were made. And then, Madame President, to summarize the answer in first hand, we created inventory to localize location there were some Conrad's Broom Carberry. Those areas were avoided. And first hand, during the construction, the Conrad's Broom Carberry key areas were localized, and also where the machinery can circulate. And also another way, the right of way, which are related to the operations, there will be revegetation of those areas to bring back natural vegetation, also bring new seedings regarding the plant, which is stabilize the dunes. This will be put into place to bring back all the natural character for the areas where our operations. Madame, go your turn. I would not massacre your family name in one more time. John. Mr. John, do you have a second question? Yes.
Experts from Quebec and Canada multiple unresolved issues in this project. Environment and Climate Change Canada raised concerns about turbine placement near endangered bird habitat. Quebec wildlife experts noted missing or incomplete bird and bat surveys in the Grosse-Île sector. Groundwater experts raised concerns about risks to the only drinking water source. And coastal studies by UQAR and the LDGIZC show erosion here is accelerating. At the same time, as discussed earlier, the environmental impact assessment does not show any legally binding financial guarantee already in place today to cover early shutdown, storm damage, road repairs, or turbine removal if conditions worsen. Only a verbal guarantee that things will be taken care of. So my question is...
Monsieur John, pourriez-vous ralentir le débit un peu?
OK.
Parce que le traducteur l'a pas facile.
Désolé, traducteur. Okay. So my question is then, given these documented gaps and the absence of a secured financial guarantee today for potential later worst-case scenarios, why should this project be approved now instead of slowing down to complete the studies and put real financial protections in the first place so Grosse-Île is not left carrying the environmental risk as well as financial risk if things go wrong?
Qu'est-ce que vous entendez en matière de garantie financière? Vous les attendez de la part de qui?
So there are future
what do you want to about those guarantees?
The removal, the decommissioning of any emergency situations, repairs. But do we know, is there money already set aside to cover these costs? Have they been... Have they already been publicized, or is it just a verbal engagement of responsibility, a future promise?
OK. Monsieur Leblanc, est-ce que les garanties financières qui sont liées au démantèlement...
Is there any financial guarantee regarding the construction or at the beginning of the project? Is can put disposition, which is created from that amount, and which is guaranteed, which will be accessible when the construction is the municipality of Grosse-Île that will have assume all the costs of the repairs or destruction. Yes, Madam President, there are financial guarantees which are different steps of the project, which are mandatory based on the contract with the Hydro-Québec. So in our contract with Hydro-Québec, it's very critical that where there are financial guarantees, which by Hydro-Québec, and Hydro-Québec make sure that if the promoter could not observe or respect its own responsibilities, however, it's the responsibility of the promoter to make sure the construction, or which nature it's done through which vehicle, and also come back to my initial question: is it from the beginning, at the beginning of the project, or it's during the operations? There are some financial reserves right from the beginning. They're in place at different critical moments with the nature of the contract, the nature of the operation, and also which are in place progressively throughout the project, where I believe every 10 years, but I could come back with the exact moment by a written manner. Of course, we will ask you to check. And those amounts, is it a percentage of the cost of the project, a percentage of the cost of the construction? Those are percentage that there are typical, that are in the Hydro-Québec contract, which talk about the costs. Okay, but 5 years for the end of the contract, there's also an obligation to make sure that there's an independent assessment, to make sure that the financial reserve are sufficient, and the contract must fill the gaps for that. We'll go to Mr. Scully from Hydro-Québec. Mr. Scully, can you tell us more about the amount and based on the history that we have in terms of the wind farm in Quebec? Not to confirm Mr. Leblanc just said, but and also maybe you can give us more detail on your role in that position. Yes, I will. Concerning the dismantling, and I want to be specific in terms of the guarantees that we have in our contract into electrical or power supply. Since 2025, we have guarantees that are in terms of operation.
La garantie de performance que le fournisseur doit être en mesure.
Into the performance that the promoter must be able to offer power throughout the duration of the contract, but also we also have in place based on the 2025, so also guarantees of dismantling guarantee that they're going to be assessed throughout the project, but also established only at the 5 years before the end of the project. So we asked our promoter to do one study with an independent engineer company, which will assess the cost associated to the dismantling of this wind farm, and also to present at that moment the amount that was established by the engineering company, also for a guarantee in terms of credit or to Hydro-Québec to guarantee to make sure that this metal of the installation, which could come at the end of the contract. Thank you.
The incomplete studies on the birds and bats, the concerns raised by Environment and Climate Change Canada about turbine placement near endangered bird habitat. Where can we address the gaps in the studies and the surveys that have been identified by experts from across Canada, including Quebec?
Effectivement, vous avez raison. Il y a quand même des.
There are also, I would not call gaps, but I would think there's some information which are still missing, and for which, in some cases, the initiator committed to present them later on. Maybe we can ask them to go through the documents or to all the information which are to come, and also to specify the dates at which the steps of the procedure or the assessment procedure, environmental procedure, will be proposed. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, but I mean, the question is, without this complete data set, without these complete surveys, how can we say, yes, we should go ahead with this project when we don't have all the environmental data? This is a federally and protected and provincially protected ecosystem for the flora and the fauna.
Oui, je comprends.
Oui.
J'aimerais peut-être juste...
But also, I would like to specify that the mandate that we have, which is for 4 months, which ends at August, it's not the end of the environmental analysis. While we are writing a report, the Environment Ministry department will do its own analysis. We'll continue to discuss with the initiator to obtain those information. So the information that may not be available right away. However, what we understand from the information that are in the document that the promoter presented, this
pour ces dépôts-là.
For those deposits. So do you want us to ask him to specify which moment they will present the information, the missing information?
I'm not sure if my question is being understood. It's how are we at this point where we are near approval for this project without the necessary?
Je dirais pas, monsieur, qu'on est on est proche de l'autorisation.
We are close to the authorization. I wouldn't say that. There's still some time to obtain that information. Et cette information va venir présenter avant la fin du mois d'avril.
On peut poser la question au promoteur, c'est lui qui détient.
We're going to ask the question to the promoter because that is the person who has the information. Mr. LeBlanc, can you give us information on the commitments that you've undertaken regarding the deposits, the information that is missing? Roughly what step are you at relative to where we're at? What step do you think you'll be able to deliver the information? Yes, of course, Madam President. To answer the question, or Mr. Jung's question, I would like to start by saying that during the impact statement, there was back and forth and questions from the Department of the Environment with the promoter, 3 series of questions, a process that, in our opinion, is normal in a project as important as a wind park, and among this, a wind farm. And there were studies that were completed with the questions of the ministry and the department. For example, we had an inventory of birds that was done in 2022 that was completed at the request of the Department of 2023. So it was on a wider zone or area that takes into consideration the size of Grosse-Île, etc. So there's already studies that have been completed. Regarding the studies that were added, so we provided the commission, I think it was online on the BAP's website, capsules that summarize the mortality on the Parc du Nord and draft of the work and the current information that we have, management plan on the residual aspect at the preliminary level or preliminary phase that's going to be completed by the Ministry of the Environment. We also submitted an update on the climate impact of the turbines that reflects current data of the turbines that we want to use in the project. We've also submitted our environmental monitoring plan at its preliminary phase, and we're hoping that we will finalize that before the end of the environmental impact assessment by the Ministry of the Environment. We submitted program on the mortality of birds and bats at the preliminary level to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change as well, and of transport as well, which takes into account the transportation on the island. And also these are documents that have currently been submitted and that should be made public by the BAP and the Ministry of the Environment as well. These documents, the preliminary version of these documents need to be made into the final version so that the Ministry of the Environment can complete its environmental assessment. Regarding the different commitments that remain to be submitted, we, within 48 hours, can submit to the BAP a list of other commitments with the expected dates of completion, which would evidently be public for all of the citizens. Well, thank you very much, Mr. LeBlanc. I think that we have a good portrait of the situation. and that we understand that on the one hand, it's not completed. There's still information that is needed, and this information is going to come before a decision is made on the project. Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to now call Ms. Michelle Chevalier. Madame Chevalier, sit down. I need to say that we have a lot of people who have signed up. The registry is now closed. The list is now closed.
Is required for the project to move forward. And given the location for the potential wind turbines, they are directly adjacent to the community and its residents. Technically, with a setback of 3 kilometers, the closest possible proximity in concordance to distance regulations. That being the case, do you presently have community acceptance, and how is social acceptability measured? For example, is it counting the attendance here tonight? Does a petition suffice? What is the methodology used or the deciding factor to achieve this?
Monsieur Leblanc, on est carrément dans...
Mr. Leblanc, we are in a social acceptance for a community that lives near or that would live near the project. Could you explain the methodology that has been used to evaluate? How do you qualify it? So, to answer Madame Chevalier's question, social acceptability is something that is built, that can be changed, and that's why we are working in connection with the community since 2022 to present our project, to present its advantages, the positive impacts for the environment, and to take into consideration elements of the community to improve, to obtain their opinion on the project. So the way we work on social acceptability is to meet with the community first with open doors, like open houses that we've had since 2022. I think that the BAP hearings also fit into the social acceptability process so that people can express themselves. We have also a liaison committee which comprises various partners from this area to have different points of views from this area, the sector, whether it's environmental, municipal actors. So it's a tool for us to be able to assess the issues and opinions, and which will give us the opportunity to improve social acceptability. The promoter is open to the liaison committee a bigger representation of organisms and citizens. So there's a discussion that could be had in the next few months to include a bigger representation of people or organization of Grosse-Île. Thank you very much, Madame Chevalier. We're going to turn now to Mr. Bonny-Vigil to see if on your end, the notion of social acceptability, it's an element on which your organization has spent time on a lot. Have the efforts of the promoter of Monsieur Leblanc, are those satisfying to you? Is there anything else that could be done? Social acceptability comes down to social cohesion, the capacity of the population that receives the project. They need to understand it properly and ensure that it's going to be an asset for the community rather than an inconvenience. I don't know, I didn't participate to the different meetings that you may have had, but if there's still hesitation among the population, then the promoter needs to undertake this step. And as we've said, the BAP is one very important step, and we must thank people who have asked the BAP, but we may also need to go further than the BAP. and this will be continuous work that is important for the health of the community as a whole. Thank you very much. Madame Chevary, your second question.
Ce sera quand même votre deuxième question.
Yes, of course, yes. Given that there was a petition deposited to the municipality of Grosse-Île, would you say that despite this petition, you have social acceptability to continue with the project? That the petition indicates that the citizens are not in favor of the windmills.
D'accord. Alors, Monsieur Leblanc, est-ce que...
Okay, so Mr. Leblanc, I imagine that you are aware of the petition. How do you receive this? Does it inspire further efforts? To answer Ms. Chevary's question, yes, we are aware of the petition, and we consider that we are listening to the population, we're listening and answering their legitimate concerns. For example, tonight, that's one of the reasons why we have this hearing, but also the where we're placing the turbines, a better communication, better listening, other information sessions to be able to talk to citizens, constant communication with the actors in the community, including the municipality of Grosse-Île, which will enable us to judge social acceptability in order to go forward with a project that we feel is positive for the community of Grosse-Île and for all of the Magdalene Islands and the decarbonization efforts in Quebec. You've opened the door because you've talked about continuing the conversation with the people of Grosse-Île, having other information sessions. Have you already planned for these post-public hearings? The planning for post-public hearings has not already been done. We want to respect the process of the BAP without having meetings that are taking place in parallel with the BAP. So for now, we are focusing on the information and answers to the questions for tonight. Thank you, Mr. Leblanc. Thank you, Madame Chevary. I would like to now talk to Madame Hélène Chevrier.
Rebonsoir. C'est une question, vous allez voir,
It's a question that will bring us somewhere, you'll see. In the 70s, when the mine was still underway, the president of La Socam, which was the promoter, said that he foresaw that the mine would be autonomous. So we were already talking about turbines, and he said that with the turbines and the mine cavities, we could do accumulators. We could use it as a system of accumulation. So I asked myself, is it something that's doable? It would be an extraordinary project, something new. Is it possible to do accumulators, batteries using the cavities? And then is it also, it might be interesting for the mine to be autonomous. And one question here is also to know what is the volume of electrical energy that is supplied from the central. The salt mine, how much energy?
On va y aller par étapes. Allons-y. Oui, on va y aller par étapes. On va commencer par la première.
We're going to go step by step. The first question is surprising, I would say. You want to know if this project, which at the time was evoked to use certain cavities as a place of accumulation for the energy produced, like a storage, like a gross battery. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Scully. If you don't have the answer, don't be shy.
pense que la question est claire.
Madame la Présidente, je veux vraiment concentrer la question.
I want to really focus on the energy.
Non, avant ça.
No, before that, concerning, can you please specify the questioning again? Yeah, we're going to turn to Madame Chevrier. Madame Chevrier, if I understood properly, what you want to know is there a possibility of installing a technology that would couple surface turbines with, in some cavities of the mine, a accumulation system, like the system that you planned, the storage that you planned in your central? Is that something that is doable? Is it something that technically has already been evaluated? What was done at the power plant or power station? I honestly don't have an answer. It's very hypothetical on a technological point of view. Yes, I would ask you to think about it. I don't have any answer. To my knowledge, there is no system that has been developed for Quebec. I can tell you that regarding the energy storage system in Quebec for the Magdalen Islands, is a system that we are going to install in Cap-au-Mur. It's not part of the wind farm project. Yes, we'll come back to that a little bit later because the commission has questions. But if we come back to the question that Madame Chevrier asked, well, you see, Madame Chevrier, we're not going to go very far. We can ask the people from the mine who are mining operators. Yes, and they have mining cavities. Yes, for sure. But going from that to storing energy.
To stock energy, Mr. I don't see, but do you have?
À apporter à Madame Chevrier.
Écoutez, Madame la Présidente, ce que je peux vous dire.
What I can say, there's no plan at the Céline mine to do that in a general manner, based on knowledge. I'm not an expert in the field, but I know that the Céline reservoir, for example, in the U.S., we stock fuel in old domes and cavities. We can stock natural gas. We can stock compressed air. So if we can stock a gas or compressed air, in theory, we can use this gas. We can stock gas and also use the gas to provide electricity. But still, I don't have the technical expertise to give you some more information. Also, the Céline mine, there's no project for that regarding that. At the time is to make the mine more autonomous. So what brings me to the second question, to sub-question, which is regarding the consumption of the Céline mine here on the island. Mr. Scully, I do not have the exact figure. It's still many megawatts that are used for that thermal plant, but I don't have the precise specific figures. So, do you have an idea of terms of megawatt consumption? I could give you a scale, what we use at the mine, and it's around 4 megawatt maximum, 4 megawatts. Annually? It is the power of 4 megawatts. So let's go with your second question. It would be what would be the benefits for the mine. On the liaison committee, I had a question. Since 2022, it doesn't seem that there were more than 2 meetings on that committee, and the way that we describe correctly that it's a committee that should meet 4 times a year. Would it be possible to do bring a balance sheet of what's the formula of the result that it brings? Mr. Leblanc, regarding the liaison committee, we see on your website that the summary that dates since 2024, you seem to have 1 meeting a year. Can you explain to the audience here, how does it work if you think that you're going to do more? Is it because at the beginning with Tundunao, you did several meetings and then afterwards it was not relevant? Is it statutory?
Ça fonctionne.
So people,
Ben, je commencerai par dire que notre
I would
comité
say that a committee can always be there at the request of the members if there are some issues, worries, if they're questioning coming from the different members of the committee, I'll be happy to answer, or maybe by email, but also to have a meeting. What we realized with the committee is to have 4 meetings during the construction phase, which can bring, forgive me the expression, bring a rush of work, and the need to communicate from all parties, from the members of the committees. So in the construction phase, if the project is accepted and receives a decree, so we'll meet more often with the liaison committee. For the moment, we have a meeting once a year, approximately, since the end of the construction of the Dune du Nord wind farm. I believe that it's flexible. Thank you. Madame Chevrier, before we go to the next person, I would like to remind resource people and to the initiator and also representative to make sure that they name themselves before they speak, take the mic. It's just for this, typing. So Madame Ken Clark. Ken Clark.
Thank you. My question was on social acceptability, but Madame Chivry already asked the question. So I asked this question at the information session in December. I did not really get a clear answer, so I'll ask again. This project was first proposed in Havre-Aubert and was not accepted there. It was then moved to Grosse-Île, as we know, which is a narrow, low-lying, sandy area with the sea on one side, with the bay on the other side, where there are known erosion issues, protected dunes, and important bird habitat. My question is, why was Grosse-Île chosen without seriously comparing other sites across the islands?
Madame Clark, on va d'abord adresser la question à Monsieur David Richard.
Ask Monsieur David Richard to have a bit more clarification on what brought you to bring your change of creation, okay, for the people of Grosse-Île. Hello, David Richard, Division Chief of Urban Planning. In fact, it goes from far, Madam Chair. The first public consultation was with the
donc, c'était vraiment une consultation pour voir si
if people had wind turbine project in the community and how they could be supported. Hydro-Québec was told to Hydro-Québec in 2005, so we decided to go ahead with Maritime Committee to consult the population. And in terms of participation, the participation was great. At least 100 people showed up. Many briefs were presented. The information that would create from that, I will take my notes if you don't mind. To forget certain points. For generally speaking, the population was questioning about wind turbine projects could develop on the territory of the Îles-de-la-Madeleine. What came out of that, the community, it would have to be a leader in terms of regulation regarding wind turbine projects, which is just by the people from the Îles-de-la-Madeleine. In fact, many criteria what came out of those consultation criteria to decide where we could put wind turbines, because the territory is still narrow, so the territory is very urbanized, so there wasn't all over the place on the territory. So those are rock core, so island, and people didn't want to have wind turbines in their own backyard or close to residential building, or they want to on hills. We have many consultations regarding landscape in all the hills. It's sensitive, and the peaks to observe, to respect those peaks. We have also times communication, so it breaks all the visual aspects of it, and people also want to keep the panoramic views where they could live. So it's something that the message that was sent by the population. So by taking into account those elements, the Maritime Committee did a reflection where we could build to allow the regulation to allow wind turbines, to create a regulation which does not always accept the project, but to put in place a wind turbine project. And it's for that reason that the core, the dune environments were targeted. And at the beginning, we had, because in 2010, we reviewed our...
Et nous avions le site de la Cormorandière comme affectation éolien. Pourquoi le site de la Cormorandière? Parce que c'est un site qui est à proximité d'une zone industrialisée.
Industrialized zone, in terms of residual matters. It's a site which already had a wind turbine, an experimental wind turbine. There was also a line, where it's an experimental line. It was a building where the location we did many tests on energy. There were pylons, etc. So in the island, we talked about the wind turbines. It was in that sector. However, not too long after, NAV Canada received information, said that that location was not compatible with air safety. So it was close to the airport, the only airport that we have on the island, which what the main airport is, also close to the approach corridor. So it could also, the wind turbine could have an influence on the air safety. So, which were the last year. So what's going to happen? So we had to reflect or to think about other alternatives. That's when 2012 we had public consultation to create different scenarios to create a wind turbine installation. We had two scenarios, Lobo Basque, which were not really kept in mind. The dispersed scenario and the scenario of Dunard, which materialized. It worked pretty well. You saw it when you came in. And also, a few years later, through resolution, the community of Grosse-Île asked the Maritime Committee to modify the scheme. We talk about 2022 into the design to create a wind turbine, on the community of Grosse-Île. So, Municipal Grosse-Île, we made a proposal to modify the design to create an affectation, wind turbine affectation location. I would say that closer to the Dunard wind farm. Now we had two wind turbines in the floristic area. The Ministry of Environment, I think it was going to be difficult to allow two other turbines into the floristic area, so we canceled those steps. And in 2023, we proceeded to modify the design of the location in 2023 to allow
dans le site où est-ce que c'est autorisé à l'heure actuelle. Donc, une partie là du côté.
So that a part, the side of the lagoon, Dunard, and also the Selene mine, because In fact, the Maritime Committee noticed that those locations respected the will of the community or the citizen. In 2007, we were not into those rock areas. We're close to Celine Mine. So it was accepted, and at the time, Grosse-Île modified. I missed that last part. Je crois que Madame Clark stated that the site is located in an area where the coastal area is important, where the risk of erosion and of submersion, coastal submersion, is high, based on the documents that your organization, to which your organization participated. So when we see that, so for you, is it always relevant? I understand that the history started a long time ago and it progressed. However, there was a point where the publication of the coastal area, which present more risk. So we know it's a risk sector. So did that bring you to reflect more regarding the location? Of course, to answer the normative case, it was proposed by the Public Safety Ministry. The wind turbine were at the external of the regular zone. Regarding the question of coastal erosion, I could refer to my colleague, Jasmine Solomon. Is a resource person for the community, maritime community. Hello, Madam Chair. I'm the lead municipality of the island. Of course, it would be to lie that it's not a zone that is affected by erosion. The promoter showed it by the study that it was done in terms of risk appreciation. In terms of the maritime community, I would say that the whole of the island is to look with some preparation for the future. Those are issues that are already on the territory for many years. Which will intensify when the request came to modify the design of the location. The intervention framework was like a read 2023.
Je pense qu'il y a des
projection for the promoter that did those studies, different ministry that could better answer, but I will know that the framework came to identify at 31 location among the 85 location that we were noticed. The erosion were not the only criteria. We also took the economic values and also gains, also environmental criteria. So I could describe those criteria if it's necessary. It was a request that we had from the minister in 2020.
The mayor at the time who said we have a huge need. Can we ask another sum of money? And the government responded, well, okay, we're going to give a mandate to the regional administration so that the community can at least say where efforts should be concentrated. So it's a decision-making tool that, yes, for us it's helpful because we have requests from citizens every day, and we need to prioritize interventions and management. But you'll see also the whole steps. It's not necessarily a grocery list of interventions and protection. The idea was to have an idea where the more vulnerable areas are based on 11 different criteria, and the site where we know is targeted for the turbines is not necessarily included in the framework. It's a sector that we know is with dunes, so we know that dunes are vulnerable to flooding and erosion. Did this make us think, it's not up to us. The project is from the promoter, and at the time what we had wasn't necessarily an at-risk region in the short term. What we're seeing it's in more 2050, 2060. So as I heard earlier, we did a lot of intervention projects in the last few years, whether it's us or the partners on the island. And it's a question that is very relevant. Yes. Okay, Madam Clark, we provided a big background. So now you've got the full context or background. We will definitely talk again about coastal erosion and flooding. And we at the Commission, we also have a lot of questions for the initiator, but I would ask you to go on and move on to your next question. My second question.
Someone asked where these turbines are being made. Where are they coming from?
D'accord.
Are
Alors,
they imported into Canada or are they made in Canada?
OK. Monsieur Leblanc, est-ce que vous avez une idée?
Mr. Leblanc, do you have an idea where these different parts of the turbine are made? Is it in Quebec? Is it in Canada? Are they imported from abroad? So yes, to answer your question, Madame Chevary's question, Madame President's question, we are in discussion, I'm sorry, Ms. Clark. We are in discussion with different turbine makers in Canada. The final turbine models has not been set yet among these different turbine makers that we've had serious discussions with we will end up signing a contract with them over the next few months. But the supply of these turbines will depend on the turbine maker that we're going to pick. Unfortunately, there are production capacities in Quebec. We're aware of that, but it's going to depend on the choice of the turbine maker regarding the supply chain. So unfortunately, I don't have a precise answer for you, but to be transparent, a lot of the turbine makers who for cost reasons are being supplied out of Asia, more so than in Canada. The contract with Hydro-Quebec, would it force you to have a certain amount of Quebecois or Canadian content? No obligation. It's just the will of the promoter, the willingness to have a maximum of the economic benefits be local. And our partner, East Alliance, is also very interested in ensuring that we have as many advantages that are economic benefits that are local. So that's huge for us. And that's definitely going to be taken into consideration when we have discussions with groups who operate in Quebec, who are Quebecois, or who are in the region of Gaspésie, Îles-de-la-Madeleine, yes, thank you. There you go. That's the answer, Madame Clark. Thank you very much. I would now like to call Mr. Harry Quinn.
Hello, thanks for taking my question.
Bonsoir.
My understanding is where the windmills are now, the reason for not expanding it is because of some plants endangered. Is that fair to say?
Alors, on revient donc.
So we are coming back to the protected species, the Conrad's broom crowberry. So if you put turbines in areas where we find this plant species, and can you discuss, based on the inventories you've done, I'm talking about maybe a field, that might not be the correct word, but when we talk about Conrad's broom crowberry, your turbine that is the closest to there is where, and roughly what's the distance from this species regarding your site? Well, Madam President, I would say that to illustrate the distance to Conrad's broom crowberry, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Castonguay, who was responsible for the impact assessment, who could present maybe a little oversight on the location. Yes, go ahead. Yes, hello. I'm Madame Castonguay. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present the capsule on Conrad's Broom Crowberry. If we could maybe put it on the screen. Thank you. We can go to the next slide. So currently the project, the wind farm project on Grosse-Île is located outside the floristic habitat of Conrad's Broom Crowberry. It's the will that was in the evolution of the project and the different iterations and configurations of the project. The turbines were placed outside the floristic habitat of Conrad's Broom Crowberry. To avoid this species, we conducted inventories to locate each colony of this plant in order to ensure that we create easements outside these plants. To answer to your question on regarding the distance from these easements, we could maybe show the map of the configuration where we have an overlay of the project easements with inventory. So maybe we can back up a slide so that we can see the map. That's the one. Thank you. So here you'll see on the map at the very north, you see Medallion A, which is located at 1.7 kilometer of the first residence or the first dwelling on Grosse-Île. We have the location of 5 turbines as described by Mr. Blanc, and then we have Medallion B where we have 2 turbines that are located next to the closer to the floristic habitat in the pond. So if you see Medallion A, you would see the absence of Conrad's Broom Crowberry near the work area. The gray squares show the required easements for the installation of these turbines. So for the first portion where you see the 5 turbines, there is no Conrad's Broom Crowberry there. For the second medallion, where you see the turbines that we've numbered, E6 and E7, the presence of Conrad's Broom Crowberry is very close to the surface, the work area. And that's why earlier I explained that we were going to mark and where these Conrad Broom Crowberries are located in order to avoid hindering or impeding them during the work. Thank you very much, Madame Castonguay. Mr. Quinn, we're going to go to the side of the Minister of the Environment. Would you like to ask something?
Keep the windmills where they are, add more, and transplant these plants.
Bonne question.
We must have destroyed, if that is the reason, they must have destroyed some already. So I guess the homework wasn't done earlier.
OK. Alors, est-ce qu'on a appris et est-ce qu'on
have we learned and can we transplant them? And what is the success behind transplanting? So if, as you saw on the map, we saw that you have 2 sets of turbines where the green is really very, very close to the gray square. So if we needed to, if you came across Conrad's Broom Crowberry during your work, could you transplant them? I will answer in 2 parts. Has a transplantation already been done? Yes, during the Junjunor project, there was a transplantation that was done by the organization with an authorization from the Ministry of the Environment to transplant this plant that is protected. It is protected not only by the floristic habitat or the protected area, but it is protected regardless of where it's found, which means that our project outside of the floristic habitat localizes these plants and avoids them. So this transplantation was done with special authorization from the Jinjuna Wind Farm project, and the success rate was followed up with an approved protocol by the ministry. We had a follow-up of 3 years. We're going to do one next year in summer of 2026 to follow up on the planting. There was a 50% success rate based on the reports that were submitted to the ministry, including that, namely that the success rate could be higher if we applied the teachings or what was done in the course of the project by the organization, which is written in the reports. Regarding the current project, based on our understanding, we don't have the authorization to move or transplant or relocate the Conrad's broom crowberry because it is a protected species, so we can't just move it. Regarding the question of Mr. Quinn, the project initially passed with the floristic habitat, and we had a preliminary refusal that was transmitted to the Ministry of the Environment, and this contributed to discussion with the environment and brought about a project that is not in the floristic habitat. Thank you so much, Mr. Quinn. Before going to the Ministry of the Environment, I need to point out that the next speaker is going to be over the phone, Ms. Leclerc. Regarding the Conrad broom crowberry, how are you analyzing the project? Is it based on its protection? If we, in the study project on the sites, what would the requirements be from the Ministry of the Environment? So I'm Julie Leclerc. What's been presented in the impact assessment is that the configuration of the easements were done to avoid the Conrad's broom crowberry, and we wanted to secure plants that are close to the work area. So right now in the analysis, the admissibility, and when we look at the threatened or vulnerable species, we see that they had all of the information at hand in order to be able to analyze the admissibility of the impact assessment. So I wouldn't be able to say much more, but I could speak to my expert who could provide a written response. Thank you very much. Or you could bring the response tomorrow. Thank you very much. Mr. Quinn, do you have a second question?
Yeah, I came here today just to listen to see what's going on, and I respect the environment as much as anybody, but I think this location that they're choosing now, is more convenient than it is environmental thing. That's my opinion. There's other sand dunes around that could accommodate this project, but at a very high cost to the company who's installing it. So I think a lot of it's coming down to dollars and cents instead of the environmental. Okay.
Ça, c'était pas une question.
That wasn't a question, that was an opinion, but you could share it with us during the second part of the hearing. We would welcome it then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we are going to the phone with Madame Louise Marat.
Bonsoir, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, Madame Morin, je vous entends.
Oui, alors bonsoir, Madame Paul, Madame Lenné.
Can you hear me? Yes. So I am following the
There's so many studies that demonstrate wind turbines located. On several occasions, there were pollution, nephrotic pollution of underground water. So, as I understood, that the only source of drinking water on Îles-de-la-Madeleine, it was the phreatic layer. So the builders of what does guarantee that the people of wind turbine will not damage the source of water, drinking water? In terms of the installation of the foundation of the wind turbine, this is a problem for the water, drinking water. The promoter says there's no problem regarding to the phreatic layer. On one hand, the nephrotic layer is one of the most studied in Quebec because of its importance of its community. In University of Laval, it's a document that's very interesting to assess. I don't know regarding the meaning of the acronyms. In 2022, which indicates not only the areas of supplying for the wells, for the drinking water for the Îles-de-la-Madeleine, but also the aquifers, which preserve the water for all kinds of contamination. So those aquifers cover a big part of this rocking area of Îles-de-la-Madeleine, and the sites for the project, like majority of the dunes, are excluded from this zone indicated as essential to preserve the water. So it's a location which is well chosen to avoid a contamination of the groundwater. On the other hand, we impact studies to assess the risk for the near wells for drinking water. So I'll pass the mic to Mme Castonguay, who could give you a risk summary of those information. Mme Castonguay, in terms of the impact study on the environment, we had to study the risk associated to the presence of the foundation of the wind turbine. There's no impact which is expected for the drinking water well of the location, also from the residents of Grosse-Île because of the distance that separates them, and also the wells that are present in the area where the wind turbines are located. It belongs to the Selene mine, which are a great distance, which allow to judge that there's no impact, potential impact or real on the water supply for the Selene mine. Mr. Selene, do you believe that the protection of the wells that belongs to you, are you satisfied of the answer from Mme Castonguay, or you have some worries of those of that side? We have no worries on that topic. Just to be specific, the well that's the closest, with the exception of the Selene mine, where's the well? What's the distance of the closest wind turbine? It's about 600 meters. Thank you. Madame Morin, do you have a second question? Yes. With the climate changes, which was mentioned, submersion problem, which are expected, erosion of the shores, and that's going to evolve pretty quickly. We already see changes over the last 5 years, so it's just a matter of time to know if it's going to happen or not. In the actual context we live right now, which is turbulent, and why Hydro-Québec does not give a subterranean cable, underwater cable to supply the island in energy and power? It would be a solution which is more durable and safer. Any studies were done on that? Compare the cost, the benefits, and convenience. I would be curious to hear Hydro-Québec regarding that aspect. Mrs. Collie, can you give us some information on the different kind of alternatives in terms of the underwater cable? Mrs. Scully, Hydro-Québec. Yes, I can give you some information. We worked very hard over the years on the studies to connect the Îles-de-la-Madeleine with underwater cable. Last year, on June 4th, we announced it. This idea had to be put aside or forget because of the high costs. We decided, and we thought that we would proceed to a new thermal power plant. So we announced recently, last Friday, that we will start necessary studies to create this project. What is the length of the underwater cable compared to that new thermal power plant? I don't have the exact figure, but I think that an underwater cable will cost several billions of dollars, which could have affect the Quebec economy. So you compete with the third level. So we did our studies accordingly. Thank you. Madame Morin, it was your second question, so I thank you for participating. And now I'm calling Madame Janice Clark. And right after Madame Clark, please sit down. And after Madame Clark, we have Mr. Jean-Paul Roy by phone.
Good evening. My first question is, in the visual simulation, pictures of the Grosse-Île wind farm, there are pictures from Point-à-Loup looking east and from Grosse-Île looking across, or Grand Entry looking across the bay, where they look small and insignificant. However, there are no pictures taken from Grosse-Île North, Keating Point, Rock Mountain Road, or residences or dwellings nearby, where the turbines will grossly impact the views of the beaches and most beautiful sunsets that will obstruct the view and be visible from all aspects of the community. Why was this visual simulation not included in the visual impact on the website?
Monsieur Leblanc, on parle maintenant du paysage et des simulations visuelles. Vous avez
we now talk about the landscape and the visual aspect. We talk about some simulation, but the point, the
point you purpose, it was about mountain road?
Well, the proposed site is
just across the bridge, okay.
Here, and then like the pictures were taken from Point-à-Loup facing east, so they look really tiny in the picture down there. And then from Grosse-Île or Grand Entry down here, all the way across the bay, they look really tiny here. But we're in Grosse-Île, and they're going to be right here, but there's none taken from my house, none from the wharf, none from up the mountain, nowhere, where they're going to be enormous. So,
alors,
why?
Monsieur Leblanc, pourquoi
Monsieur Leblanc, why didn't you do visual simulations for those points that you Rock Mountain, viewpoints, Rock Mountain, see from the harbor or anywhere from Grosse-Île, any place from Grosse-Île? In fact, to answer the question of Madame Clark, there's one of the viewpoint which is proposed at the entry of Grosse-Île, which is the point which is the closest from the wind turbine location. Do you have it as a slide? If you allow us, Madame Paul, I could pass the mic. Madame Fleur-Castonguay was online, who would explain to us the steps to choose those viewpoints and the steps on the visual impact and the assessment regarding the impact. I have to say that the promoter will be open to listen to the community on the different point of view or opinions that will be discussed over the next months or weeks or months, and also connected to the, forgive me the expression, the location configuration current with 4 wind turbine, because this visual simulation were done with that particular wind turbine on location, which are the closest. So, if you allow me, I would pass the mic to Madame Castonguay, who will explain in more detail the choice of those location for the visual. So we'll listen, Madame Castonguay, Mrs. Castonguay. Hello, my friend Castonguay, urban planner regarding the environment. To answer the question, Mrs. Clark, the simulation of viewpoints are selected to demonstrate the visibility from location where the view is open on the landscape, and also concentration of observer, and from those locations, if you allow me, I would ask Madame to Mrs. Lachance to present the map 8, which represent the simulation, visibility simulation of the wind turbines. So, thank you, Madame Lachance. So we see on this map this visual simulation which should prepare for the environmental study impact study. You can see there's a partial visibility because of the relief, the location. So those colored sections are where the wind turbines are visible. In white is where the wind turbine would not be visible because of the topography. So you could see the territory of Grosse-Île, the sector which are more at the west, are those who have a visibility on the wind turbine that are projected. And that impact study, the point of view of the simulation, which was taken from the entry of Grosse-Île, which represents a view that we consider that was represented from the visibility from the locations of Grosse-Île where the wind turbine would be visible. C'est à moitié la population. And Mrs. Castonguay on the phone, do you think that the simulation, do you have the picture of the visual simulation which were made from the point which is identified at the west of Grosse-Île? Yes. I would ask Madame Lachance to present this visual simulation number 1. So you could see the simulation which was prepared for the impact study. In the left corner, we see the original picture was taken, which had the format on the top. The wind turbine was inserted in a numerical order. In the environment from that point of view, the viewpoint, those visual simulations are made through a specific software for the imagery of these wind turbines. So those are wind turbines which represent the technical specifications, which are among the identified models or by the project initiator. So that's the view that we have from the green point, which is in the square at the bottom. Those wind turbines from that location are so I didn't hear the number of kilometers. Thank you, Madame Castonguay. Yes, Madame, you want to add something? Yeah, wait.
Est-ce que c'est la seule
the only simulation that you have done from the municipality?
Oui, c'est la seule simulation que nous avons faite à partir de Grosse-Île.
OK, parce que vous considérez
because you consider that more at east, just to make sure that I'm right on my cardinal points, more at the east, at the end, the wind turbines are hidden by the relief. More at the east, the wind turbine will be less visible because of the buildings on the territory of the municipality of Grosse-Île, and also from the topography of the territory of the municipality. When you see less visible, can you qualify a little bit? Is it twice smaller, 3 times smaller? We won't see all of them. We're only going to see a few of them. In fact, based on the visual simulation, they'll be the same size that you see in the picture from the municipality of Grosse-Île. From a village or center, the municipality, there are visual obstacles which diminish the perception. For example, a house, residential area, power lines, which can also the activities that are practiced on the territory. That's for the reason that we try to find a way to present visual simulation based on where the visibility is the best or the more direct on the wind turbines, which offer the views that are much more clear. Thank you, Madame Masson-Gué. Mrs. Clark, I think that we have an image of the simulation that we're done.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I said, I believe with the answer that Madame Castonguay provided, we know what the initiator made in terms of visual simulation, from which location he made his simulations.
Yeah, I see that there's
one.
It's not a very good one. Okay, anyway. So my second question, I have 2 more, so I have to choose. I guess I'll go with this one. So, is the promoter aware that the council has changed several times since 2022? Previous councils may have approved this project, but the community was not well notified. It definitely did not make the headlines. Some people have not even heard about it until this year. And do you know that by the lack of interest, that when people don't show up to the promotions, that they may not want it? Also, with the petition, there were 376 people with voting age, and we had 190 people with the potential of more, as there were some off-island, not home, or ill. And so we had the majority of the community that didn't want it. Why would you impose this on a community that had majority that did not want the turbine farm, wind farm?
D'accord. Moi, j'en ai perdu un bout parce que le traducteur a disparu. Oui.
Sorry, it didn't translate.
It didn't translate?
No.
Not me neither.
Okay.
Repeat, please repeat. My system broke down.
Mais je vais essayer de la résumer, madame. C'est que j'ai compris.
What I understood, in time, the municipal council changed on several occasions here in the municipality of Grosse-Île. You want to know if the initiator is aware of that, is aware that there may have been some consultation where a few people participated or showed up, and that comes back to the question of social acceptability. That what you're saying to us is that maybe at the time the consultation were very understood, and now you want to know if the initiator is aware of all of that. Monsieur Leblanc. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, to answer the question to Madame Clark. The promoter wishes to work continuously to inform the population and Grosse-Île specifically on the project, and it will continue to do so after this evening. There's a good assistance in the room in the population of Grosse-Île. However, the fact that we wish to continue to communicate with the population, I wish to come back to say that in the past, we had different channels to communicate with the population. So, of course, we are aware that there were some changes at the municipal council because we were in contact with the people from Grosse-Île from the beginning of the project. And, of course, the seat of the committee, of the community liaison committee, which is occupied with the mayor of Grosse-Île. of course, there took several steps to communicate, to contact the community of Grosse-Île. 3 information sessions which were published in with the local media, which were shared with the communication tool from the municipality, and who also brought wrote article or publications on the local media. So I have to say also that the project has a website since only for a few weeks to publish information that
communication avec la population du promoteur. Il y a également
also there were other consultation means of information on the project by other actors for the maritime community in this process to consult regarding the installation design, which was changed for zoning, the petition, and the for the wind turbine, specifically for the project by the municipality of Grosse-Île. Also, that changed its zoning design. There was also some consultations from Hydro-Québec, their project from the wind farm of Grosse-Île. It's part of the Hydro-Québec strategy for many years. So in 2023, when we signed the contract with Hydro-Québec, there were media articles locally, Loretas and Chiefs, which for the population of Grosse-Île, from the island and the Grosse-Île, they were open doors done by Hydro-Québec in the community. So are we going to continue to consult the population to present the advancements of projects, to keep them aware, the actors of the area, the actors of Grosse-Île, municipality of Grosse-Île, yes, but we also did important work over the last few years of the study. Thank you, Monsieur Leblanc. Clark, now we're going to go on the municipal level and then the maritime community. Madame C, on your side, the effort of communication that you're doing with your citizens concerning the projects, it really looks like what?
Étant donné que ça fait pas si longtemps que je suis en poste.
Since it hasn't been.
Okay. I think so. It wasn't for like the first minute. Okay. Sorry.
Alors, étant donné que ça fait.
So given that it hasn't been such a long time since I've taken over the position of Director General, I did my research to look into the communication methods that were posted for the public consultations, while I looked at the archives since 2007 when the wind farm project started. There were lots of public consultations that were posted and which happened. Also, the open houses with Hydro-Québec, we also posted those on our social media. We also published things on our social media. We did a lot of reminders of public information sessions as well for the BAP. The public consultations in the past, before social media became more popular, were posted, there were people who participated. However, unfortunately, not many people participated. Based on my archives, the communication was present. Okay, thank you very much, Madame Cyr, Monsieur Richard. I am coming back to the long story that you told us earlier and the consultation that you did. Can you tell us? Can you present to us the main observations of these consultations and how the municipality of Grosse-Île was from the moment where you started to change the management plan, your discussions with Grosse-Île regarding potential projects. What did that look like? Was there a link, a communication link? Were they present for the discussions that you may have had in your organization? Yes, David Richard. I'm with Urbanism. As mentioned, I'm going to go back a bit, but to mention, it's following a resolution that was adopted by Grosse-Île in 2022 that the maritime community decided to change its management plan in 2023. So initially, the local municipality decided to ask for the MRC, so the maritime community, for us to modify its land use planning, and taking into consideration or for granted that the request was accepted and approved by majority of the local population. As we explained earlier, the agglomeration council, so the mayor is on the maritime committee. And so there are regular work sessions every month. There's a plenary session every month as well, which comes before the session of the agglomeration council. So there's 2 or 3 meetings where people from the maritime community, so the local municipality of the Magdalene Islands, discuss directly with them, the mayor of Grosse-Île, and regularly the general director participates in those meetings. We, as any municipality or MRC, we are ruled by the law of urbanism. So we also need to have a public consultation for each modification, regulatory modification, which we did. And if I'm not mistaken, there were about 10 participants who showed up at the information session. The points that were brought up represented for me all of the general concerns of the impact of a turbine in this location. We didn't necessarily have any comments from people on Grosse-Île who did not want to see those turbines installed there. Lastly, recently we talked to members of the Municipal Council of Grosse-Île to see if they heard of some opposition to this. I think this happened in last fall, and they said no. She said no, I didn't really feel like there was any opposition from the citizens. So we, the maritime community, we didn't really push further regarding further consultations because we took for granted that socially it had been accepted on the side of Grosse-Île. And as I've mentioned, we went forward with a modification to the land use planning. So we put in place measures to be able to submit a project and then go with the environmental impact assessment and all of that. So yes, so Ms. Clark, I think that we've gone around with your question. We've done the rounds. The promoter knows that there could be opposition on behalf of the community. We had the bell ring also. We also heard from Madame and Richard. So I think that takes care of your second question. If you have any more questions, you will have the opportunity to ask them later.
Yeah, I don't want to ask any
Oui, je ne veux.
But can I just make a statement in regard to what?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Non. OK, merci.
Effectivement, Madame, est-ce que Madame est toujours en traduction?
Are we still interpreting? Is Ms. Clark still interpreting the statement that you were talking about? You can do it during the second part. Yes, for sure. Tonight you can ask questions, but in March, no problem. You can definitely share your opinion and the commission will welcome your opinion. Thank you very much. So we now have on the phone Mr. Jean-Paul Roy, and then the commission is going to take a 15-minute break.
Est-ce que M. Roy est en ligne?
Is Mr. Roy online?
Oui. Oui, bonsoir, M. Roy. Bonsoir. La commission vous écoute. Est-ce que c'est votre première question?
So we can hear you. What is your first question? Good evening, everyone. I'm going to refer to cards 12 and 13 in the summary volume 7, October 2025 of the impact assessment. On the map, 1 second, we're just going to go pull up the maps. We're going to start with number 12. I'm going to refer to 2. Could we ask Mr. Roy the title of the map to be able to search it better? Map 12 is the model of the soundscape. It's in the annex October 25. Yes, we've got it on the map, on the screen here. Go ahead. And map 13 is the visibility analysis. It's in the same annex. So on another map, the one of the province of Quebec, we see the agglomeration of Grosse-Île and Grosse-Île North, but this agglomeration is not shown on maps 12 and 13, but we would see it in the project area at a few kilometers from the closest turbine, with a population of 470 inhabitants and 4 touristic establishments, which you see on the map. To the east of the projected turbine, 6 or 7 kilometers away, you have the National Reserve of the Fauna of Pointe de l'Est, which was created in 1978 by Environment Canada, and which includes more than 150 species of birds, some of which are at risk, and it would be also a location for migratory birds. The presence of this reserve is not shown on maps 12 and 13. Based on map 13, a good part of this reserve would be in the influence area identified as average. During migration in the fall, many species like the piping plover and others. According to Environment Canada, the reason this was designated as a national reserve is to protect important habitats, which are places for migratory birds, especially for breeding birds and birds at risk, which we would talk most about the piping plover. Mr. Roy, can you please get to your question? I'm almost there. So let's go to the question. So, based on Environment Canada, the reserve is the last location of the piping plover in Quebec and a strategic place for migratory birds, especially some birds. Why does the National Reserve and the agglomeration of Grosse-Île Nord are not shown on maps 12 and 13? How is Environment Canada involved in this project? Okay, we're gonna start with we're going to start with your first question. So why is Grosse-Île Nord? We're going to take them as separate questions so that the promoter can provide a better answer. So go, Mr. Leblanc. Why is this not identified on the map? Good evening. To answer Mr. Roy's question on the terminology of Grosse-Île Nord, to my understanding, it's possible that Mr. Roy has looked at maps that date back to a time when Grosse-Île was an agglomeration or a part of the municipality during its fusion, which lasted very little time with the municipality of Îles-de-la-Madeleine, like an urban area. It's a hypothesis. What I'm saying is that there's no urban area in Grosse-Île Nord. It's really the municipality of Grosse-Île, which is on the maps. We're just going to ask Madame Cyr, is Mr. Leblanc, what he's saying, is it accurate? Does Grosse-Île Nord exist that is locally constituted, or is this all the municipality of Grosse-Île? Well, Grosse-Île Nord is the part of Grosse-Île, so it's part of the municipality. Okay, thank you. And it's what we see on the screen. The municipality of Grosse-Île is indicated on the map. When we talk about the reserve, if I may, I'm going to ask Madame Castonguay to provide a response to Mr. Roy's question. Yes, I'm Marjolaine Castonguay. If we start by looking at map number 12, which we see on the screen, the indications, the environmental indications of the area, which show the results, they're not there to just focus more on the results. Here we have the map, which shows the soundscape climate. Regarding the soundscape climate, everything that's outside the climate bags are not considered or show a result that is inferior to 30 decibels. So we did not illustrate that on the map, simply speaking. Okay, so now Mr. Roy, if we go with the second part of your question. The second part is, how is Environment Canada implicated in this project against with the National Reserve? What are the impacts? We're gonna see the side of Madame Leclerc for the participation regarding the evaluation of the project. Madame Leclerc? Yes. So Environment Canada is part of the organizations that we are consulting with during the process. I can't go much further. There were so many questions that were asked by Environment Canada, so I don't know if he was asking about certain things. Well, Environment Canada, which is an expert, which the Ministry of the Environment consults, Environment Canada asked many questions, Mr. Roy, on points that are within its competence field. And I think that for some questions, we were talking about the fauna reserve, and these questions were really about migratory birds. Yeah, exactly. So Environment Canada, to answer your question, is involved as an expert in the evaluation of the project.
Monsieur Roy?
Monsieur Roy? Yes, I've heard. You had a question on the impact? I was asking myself, what were the visual, sound, ecological, touristy impacts that implicate this reserve regarding the projected turbines? Because it's not that far for the birds. It is definitely a broad question because you have many themes. So we're going to maybe go with what is most connected to the fauna reserve. So the impact on the birds. Madame Castonguay, could you maybe provide a little summary on this question? Hi, good evening. So regarding the studies that were conducted on bird populations, we did inventory on the study area that was mainly located in the sector of the fauna floristic habitat of Junju and also towards Grosse-Île. So the study area for the inventories was located there. May I maybe present a capsule that would provide a portrait of what was done on the bird analysis? Okay, thank you very much.
Voilà. Dans un premier temps,
so, when we talk about the impact study, the directive from the Ministry of the Environment asks us to conduct inventories of birds. That needs to happen from March to November. So for 1 year, we look at the whole of the migration and the migration of birds. So all of this to show the bird activity in the study area. In the sectors we mentioned earlier, the study zone was mainly located outside the floristic habitat, where the first 2 turbines will be towards the municipality of Grosse-Île. So I'm just going to interrupt. So in the study, the fauna area did not go into that. No, the fauna reserve is more than 6.5 kilometers away. And when we do bird inventory, we want to have a specific portrait of where we're going to be installing the turbines. So this gave us the opportunity to document the presence and to be able to evaluate what migration looks like and what it looks like during the modification period. Regarding the inventory, here we're talking about bats. Do we have more about birds? Let's start with the birds. Okay, so I think that for now we're going to drop bats. We can talk about that too. I'd be happy to do that. But regarding birds, we did an inventory of birds in 2022 and 2023. We need to also know that there was birds inventories that was done in Junju, which is nearby. So we had a coverage for the presence of birds over several years. In total, there were 208 hours of inventory that were conducted, again, over the 3 periods that were mentioned in the protocols required by the ministry when we talk about the spring and also the migration period. There were 8,628 observations of birds that were made during these inventories with a coverage of 114 species, which makes us think that these inventories were exhaustive since we were able to have an inventory of a large number of birds. When we talk about birds that have a status, there were certain inventories that were conducted. For example, when we talk about a certain owl, we had not detected like the marsh owl. He wasn't detected. So 8 at-risk species that were detected are on the screen. So the first one was the swallow, which was detected in 2023. There's a falcon, different birds were detected regularly, over some time, but we were able to observe them mostly in the study area. There's another species that was mentioned by Environment Canada, which is the grebe. and that one we did inventories. Obviously, it was part of the inventory and the horn grebe. There were no individuals that were observed since 2004 in this sector. There you go. So with the map that you have there, you see the different inventory points that were covered in Grosse-Île, from Grosse-Île to the end of our study area, more to the south. Thank you very much, Ms. Castonguay. Thank you, Mr. Castonroy. We're going to take a break of 15 minutes. We have 3 other people. We're going to open the sign up for 2 more people. Thank you very much. So we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Les voix parce que c'était un petit peu tannant. Là. On s'est rendu compte juste avant.
Fermez vos micros dans la salle, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, it's you. It's your turn.
C'est votre tour.
Hi, my name is Wilma Clark.
Madame Wilma Clark, la dernière réunion,
Held here in Grosse-Île. I did ask the question if this was a done deal. They told me no. So my question tonight is, why is there sand being hauled from Grand Entry, to the proposed site in preparation for the project, although it's not socially accepted? Or is it because the eroding is clearly where they're planning to put the turbines? That's my question.
Monsieur Leblanc?
Oui, en fait,
in fact,
l'initiateur peut
the initiator can confirm that there's no link, no awareness of the sand being displaced from Grande Entrée toward the side of the project. Maybe other stakeholder can confirm if it is linked to their own project. Madame Clark,
Ministère des Transports.
we're going to go to the Transportation Minister. Maybe ask Mr. Roy. Maybe you can answer. Go ahead. Good evening. Alexandre Dubuteau, Minister of Transportation. The sand that's transported, it's sand, comes from the ocean. It's for the small boat. That sand, it's transported by the location of storage and location for the windmills. It's going to be for granular charges. I'm sorry.
You have to ask a question to me.
Il faut poser la question, madame.
Okay. That's why I want to know.
C'est pour ça que je veux savoir. Ma deuxième question. L'érosion au niveau de la mer continue de monter. Les dunes sont fragiles. Vous admettez que ça l'empire, que ça soit prévisible pour 30 ans. Le sol,
You're acting like it's solid. Can you guarantee stability on the wind turbine site for 30 years?
D'accord. Monsieur Leblanc, est-ce que vous pouvez garantir la stabilité des ouvrages?
Mr. Grant, can you guarantee the work over the next 30 years? Yes, Madame Paul. It'd be great to give you the information regarding the guarantee that we have regarding the stability of our work. First, will come the displacement of sand and the confusion it can create with the Golden because we have chosen a site which is industrial, among which there are other activities regarding the choice of this site. But I'm glad we could clarify the situation with the Ministry of Transportation. As for the component, they're there to bring stability to the site. There are 3 components to answer to traction to make sure the stability of our site. First of all, we have foundation and path, access path, which are in preliminary engineering, which take into account the erosion and submersions. We'll start with submersion. Submersion is the fact that the waves and extreme climate change and the rise of water brings water to a level that goes above the shore. The floods that we have at the Îles-de-la-Madeleine, it's our submersion. So we took into account risk of erosion simulation and of submersion, which by independent firm of La Salle, to take into account the levels, the maximum levels of submersion, what could be possible, which is about 2.3 meters. And we have we do the element of our path to make sure that we're above the level of submersion, to make sure it's safe, maybe 2.50 meters. above the sea level to take into account of the submersion risk on the horizon for over 30 years. For the foundation, the path that's expected on our preliminary scheme for erosion, we have at the level of the foundation themselves, we have a preliminary engineering that takes into account the use of the plank blades, which will take into account erosion. It's in a direction that could happen in the 50s, the 2050s. The risk is higher of risk of erosion is higher, so we take into account simulation in order to have foundation that could resist to erosion with white blade, with a resist to a retraction with a vertical ground due to erosion between 6 to 8 meters. So it's the solution which is being studied in preliminary engineering to make sure that the turbine is resistant to erosion. I told you there was something different with the for the safety of the project. These questions of erosion, which are key elements, and we heard about it earlier by Madame Février, which indicated that when we act in urgency, without preparation, without coming back, without thinking about erosions, that's where the decisions are difficult to make, and that's where it's costly. That's the reason why, based on the recommendation of the consultant in erosion and submersion, we are committed to do it annually, a follow-up to come back to deal with erosion and to come back in advance and to adjust our provision. The first year of the project, first we have no risk except erosion and submersion. But the more time advance, the assurance that we're going forward the project, maybe we'll talk about the risk. We'll come back to them to make sure that we can prepare and act in advance. In terms of precision, you've mentioned one element. It's still new based on the documentation that we have regarding protection, and you correct me if I don't use the right term. Protection of your foundation with what they call pale planche or plank blades. Is it one option for the moment? Is it the option that we're used as a privilege? It's the option that's being studied in preliminary engineering by the firm Fondaxis. And as I said earlier, it's an element among 3 strategies that exist that we are looking to make sure that we have foundation, but also access roads that are proof from against erosion proof. Do you have any documentation that you could present to the Commission regarding the work of the engineering firm? Yes, we could do that. We could present to the Commission, show that they show what they're studying. Merci. To go to the next stakeholder, Mr. Leblanc, you had something to present us? Yes. Thank you to give us the mic. So, the promoter, as indicated during the answer, Madame Janice Clark, Mr. Janice Clark, who brought the information or the need for the community to have opinions that represents the village of Grosse-Île. As initiator, we will be open to do new visual simulation on 2 or 3 viewpoints that could be of interest for the community of Grosse-Île. So if Mrs. Clark can communicate with the community of Grosse-Île on the viewpoints that are relevant to do visual simulation, We'll be interested to do that over the next few weeks, to do visual simulation based on those viewpoints. Thank you, Mr. Leblanc. Of course, when you do that, you can present them to the Bureau of the public hearing. Thank you very much. So now I'm calling Mrs. Marcia Lapierre.
Good evening. My question is, what organizations will benefit financially from your project? How much for each, and how did you decide these amounts to be allocated?
Ça, c'est une vaste question. On va passer la parole à Monsieur Leblanc.
Pass the mic to Mr. Leblanc. Maybe you can give us a better first view of the financial benefits, outcomes with the Alliance de l'Est. Of course, I would say to give you an image, a view for the Commission, and to answer to Mrs. Lapierre, I would propose that we put the information de Simon Deschênes that could present us visually the different types of distribution of financial benefits to the community regarding the project. Go ahead, Mr. Deschênes. Bonsoir, good evening, Mr. President, Madame the Commissioner. So we would like to bring to the Commission to deposit the caps for regarding the economic benefits and the approach the screen to better explain in depth the economic benefits of the project. Maybe go for the second one. So to show that the people of Grosse-Île, the Alliance de l'Est, it's a big movement, which is from Montmagny up to the Îles-de-la-Madeleine, which counts 209 municipalities, including the First Nation. C'est two administrative regions. The Montmagny from you could see in the first presentation, the first page here, we have 4 wind farm for 226 megawatts. And also you have the list of other projects that are in development, either based on proposal to 2023, 2021, 2023. Also the wind farm of Grosse-Île, which is an agreement with that. It's an idea of the portfolio, which is ongoing. The next presentation. The financing structure, it's important to go before any economic benefits. How the Alliance, the community aspect, we invest into this wind farm. We took the decision after strong consultation. There was a time that the private businesses come to get 100% of the interest in wind projects on the territory of the Alliance. So we do presentation about the Quebec government to get community participation, also which is equal. So I think this to take into account 50% of the current project of Grosse-Île. How we invest is always some funds between 15 and 35%. I'm pleased to mention that it's like buying a house with a mortgage. We have a down payment, so 15-35% project, and the debt is it's like a mortgage loan coming from a financial institution. So the portion that belongs to the community is done by loans. So the 209 municipalities is considered how the payment of the loan is done, which is supported by the municipal affairs, and it's also find a way of resolution for each part of the territory so that it's public nature. citizen assist to all these public hearings. Sometimes we hear that our mechanism lack transparency. Contrary, it's important for us to make a demonstration to show that this portion of the investment of public data is of public nature. So that's something that we have to underline, Madam Chair. So if we go to the next slide, the sharing of distribution within the alliance, you can see that the shareholders is 60% for the intermunicipality of the energy of the Low St. Lawrence, 30% for the intermunicipal l'énergie municipale de Gaspésie et Îles-de-la-Madeleine, 5% of the retombées, okay, annual benefits for the Grosse-Île, from two categories. It's important to underline the firm payments of $6,227 of megawatts installed to the welcome communities, and also the annual benefits of the project will be the amount will be for the annual refunding of the loan, and also distribution to the shareholders. You also have the historical benefits. I'll go very quickly. The fact that Grosse-Île, the maritime community from Îles-de-la-Madeleine, among the Alliance Énergie de l'Est, since
c'est 100 millions que nous avons distribués.
100 million distributed for the territory of the Alliance. So those are amounts we can answer the second question, why it's not just Grosse-Île that participate to a wind farm. You can see the relevancy of a unit in the Alliance, 100 million of economic benefits. So based on the economic community of the islands, because it's well distributed. The economic benefits in terms of payment, which is by megawatts, it's up to the community that receive it, which represents 55% of $6,227 the megawatt. For the municipality of Grosse-Île, it's $57,537 for a total over 30 years, which is going to give, the amount is not indexed, but it will be indexed. It's important to underline that, $1,726,10 directly for the community of Grosse-Île. The benefits also specific, which is something particular, which is related to the island. It's something that comes from the project per se, but we wish that we wanted to bring this information, financial information. So the community, the maritime community, manages the public land, will receive some rights. It's related to $56,818 for a total of $1,740,000, which will be for the maritime community. If you look the project, the financial benefits of the Projet of Grosse-Île project, these are the funds from the beginning, 9.2 million. It's about 10 million. It's distributed annually, net over 30 years, $750,000 for distribution of over 30 years of $22.5 million. So it's what happened with the financial benefits. Since 2016, it's 5.6 million that the community of the island received in terms of distribution and also of shareholders at the Alliance. And earlier I've mentioned a presentation of all the wind farm in the island, and also all the other women are brought to proposal. So this number will go to 66 million, which will redistribute to the community, maritime community with the island, thanks to the shareholders with the energy less. So in that, and what put aside does not include the structure zone that we thought was Hydro-Québec, which is the Watchison and Watchsog zones, which will be part of the projection of 66 million distribution over the next 30 years of the community of the islands. Thank you, Mr. Duchesne. Maybe to specify the amount that you've mentioned, In the case of the firm payment, annual firm payment of $6,227, which will be given to the population of Grosse-Île every year. There's the amount that we looked at the impact study is the amount that was set in 2025, October 2025, because it was the date that was for the first delivery, is 26,227 at the moment of the first delivery. Will be already in debt. If it is the service that means the put in service in 2 or 3 years, it's a willingness of the initiator to provide a firm payment, but there's no obligation. How we came to create that number to have a firm payment, it was said the earlier proposal, that's the amount that was created, presented. So we took the same amount that we put inside. Don't consider this amount of the wind farm with the same number. We believe that will be the beginning figure with the wind farm of Grosse-Île. So it will be the figures of the year one. Is it the same thing for which is given for the maritime community, or it's only for the public land? It does not touch the project of Grosse-Île. It's only a specificity related to the maritime community of the island, which comes from the first particular status declared by the government of Quebec for the government of the island. So we wanted to add that in the financial data because it's a financial benefit which is going to come from the installation of a wind farm. Thank you very much. Madame Lapierre, Monsieur Lapierre, there are a lot of numbers in a few moments. So to answer my question, j'ai toujours quelques questions à poser.
Would each municipality receive? Municipalité Grosse-Île, à comparer avec la communauté...
communauté municipale, Grosse-Île municipalité. What's the proportion between the two? I ask in English, but for Anglophone citizens here, I would like to know the answer, quantified, the difference in how the decision has been made to demonstrate the amount.
J'attendais votre signal, Madame la Présidente. Je veux juste souligner que nous...
I just want to highlight that with the Alliance, when there's a resolution on behalf of the stockholders, the shareholders to distribute money and to distribute on all of the territories that are members, Montmagny, everything in the Bas-Saint-Laurent, Montchepécook, the Gaspésie area, and the maritime community of the Magdalene Islands, we send payments, but that's where it stops. Our role with the Alliance is to make good decisions for the members. We don't have the right to look at the distribution regarding the maritime communities of the island, so I would not be in a position to answer your question. So I think, Mr. Richard, that the question is now in your court. How do you divide it, and what would the amount be for the municipality of Grosse-Île? So I'm David Richard again, and I think that the ideal person to answer this question would be my colleague Jean Hubert tomorrow evening. I can, however, talk about certain elements. The municipality of the Magdalene Islands and of Grosse-Île are within the management of the municipality of Grosse-Île, and we voted on the distribution. The distribution is based on a uniform distribution of wealth. It's uniform. It's a method or a way that was developed for all of the communities that are part of the municipalities of the community of the Îles-de-la-Madeleine, the Magdalene Islands. So we haven't diverted from this calculation method, but I think, again, that my colleague can provide you more information tomorrow. When you say that it's divided based on the land wealth, can you give us an example of that? Well, it's a calculation that's done based on the uniform wealth of land. So it's the value, if you will, of the properties of a municipality. So if one municipality has more real estate compared to another real estate, then the distribution is going to be higher than one who has less land wealth or real estate wealth. And that's how it was determined by the municipality. Or by management. So I know that that's all you can say. You need your expert to answer. So Ms. Lapierre, we too have a lot of questions about that. So in the following sessions, if you participate, if you listen to what is on the web, the webcasts, then you'll hear these questions. And then tomorrow, the specialist of the maritime community will be here to answer your questions. Tomorrow, is it a continuation of tonight, or is it the same thing for the citizens of the island? It's a continuation. We're not going to restart the conversation. We're going to continue where we're going today, from where we are today. We're going to start with the sign-up sheet. Tomorrow, I don't know if you are in Grosse-Île and you don't want to come here, you can connect online and we will still take you online. Okay, thank you.
I would like to know the zonage of the proposed site before it was changed to industrial. What type of zonage was it?
OK, donc la question s'adresse à la...
The question is for the municipality. Ms. Cyr, before, I'm going to start with Mr. I'm not certain. So I'm going to start with Mr. Richard. Monsieur Richard, before it was designed as an industrial zone, so what was the zoning? So I'm David Richard, again, with Îles-de-la-Madeleine. There are two segments. So for what was proposed on the Grosse-Île side of things, the part that is really at the south, like the lagoon, it was based on preservation and conservation, and north, so across from the mine where it was more industrial or mining site, we enabled mining operations and wind turbine as well. So all that was allowed was mining operations, even if it was industrial. Yes, exactly. It was all linked to mining operations. So, exactly. Okay. Ms. Seal, do you have anything to add to that? No, unfortunately, I am not aware of zoning in that regard. Thank you very much. So, those were your two questions. You asked your two questions. Yeah, but I didn't get my answers to the questions. It's because I asked what was the zonage before the change, because the zoning was changed in 2022, 2023. Mr. Richard just said that, unless I'm mistaken, that your answer was that it was either an industrial zoning, a mining industrial, so mining operations near the salt mine before the change, and then further down the south where the Jinjinao project is, the zoning was conservation. Okay, like preservation, conservation. Okay, so thank you. I'll save my question for another time. Thank you very much. Good night. I'm sorry that I didn't mention it earlier, but we're gonna go now to a participant who is on the phone, Ms. Tina Daudelin.
Bonsoir.
Oui, bonsoir.
Good evening. Yes, good evening, Madame Daudelin. We're all ears. So I'd like to know, my question is, would it not be normal or reassuring for the public for it to be the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change or a specialized group that is completely independent that would take care of the environmental side? Ms. Leclerc, can you please remind us what the practices are regarding monitoring? What is the role of the ministry when there are follow-up programs or monitoring programs that are implemented?
Gilles Leclerc, ministère de l'Environnement.
Yeah, Gilles Leclerc, Minister of the Environment. So during the impact assessment and acceptance, we're going to ask for follow-up programs to be proposed, and these programs, we're going to use them with different experts depending on the monitoring or follow-up that's being conducted. So after that, it's often the preliminary program that we ask for in the framework of an impact assessment. And if the project is accepted by environmental decree, then monitoring programs or follow-up programs will be submitted during ministerial programs, which will lead to the construction or operation of the project. And then it depends really on the monitoring, but we ask for the results of this monitoring to be submitted every certain years, 1, 5, 10 years, depending on the monitoring. And these reports are then going to be sent to designated experts. And that's pretty much it. And then it depends on whether the monitoring was done. There could be further mitigation steps that are taken. So yeah, so you have the attitude once monitoring programs are in place based on the results, you have the attitude, your attitude is to increase or to push further for some variables that would present results that are not necessarily in agreement with what the promoter had predicted or which reveal an impact that nobody had anticipated. So it's dynamic, is that correct? Yes, that's correct. And in the decree, we can also look at these monitoring programs without having to modify the decree. So we can modify the monitoring. If the impact is less important than we expected, then we can also decrease the length of time of this monitoring. And in the way that you're currently working, it's always the initiator that is responsible for applying the monitoring program, for drafting the report and submitting it to you. Are there cases where the ministry then takes control of that again? I don't know. I can defer the question and get back to you on that. So, Ms. Daudelin, that was the response. Do you have another question? Yes. Regarding the impact assessment regarding the landscape is and the archipelago is known worldwide and protected by a charter that recognizes that our landscapes that are part of the identity of the Magdalene Islands. I'd like to know how exactly these important elements may be considered in your project. I would say that how it's considered is by targeting a project in an area that is already industrialized.
With Mincelene, it's on the site with the person of the Ministry of Transportation near the location where the wind farm of the north is located. So those are elements that brought us to this location. Could pass the mic to Marie-Fort Garçonguay pour répondre à Madame Paul. I think that we'll just be happy with this answer. So what I understand, it's not incompatible. That's what you're saying. For us, it's not incompatible, but we would like to have a site which is perfect for the island. But for us, it's the best location, the best site, because of its industrial vocation. For one reason, and also the environmental issues of the territory. So we have to take everything into account. So, and at the bottom to the information. It has to be a compromise between all the criteria regarding the issues. So thank you, Madame Daudelin. We'd like to thank you for your questions. Now we're going to pass to Madame Genesee Clark. Et par la suite, over the phone to Monsieur Jean-Paul Roy. I hope it's going to work.
Okay. Just kind of piggybacking on my last questions. Did the other proposed communities have to do this? Why do we have to have these meetings if after 2 decades, as per Ms. Sear, 2007, of asking questions and discussions, we are still here asking questions and getting runaround answers? To be considered socially unacceptable, what is the percentage of the population that needs to be acquired?
J'ai perdu la traduction, mais c'est pas grave. Vous voulez savoir quel... vous non plus? It doesn't work?
You want to know? You want to know? Yeah.
There is a delay. Oh, we have to be
patient.
Okay.
You have to be patient. Okay. In fact, you want to know which proportion, which percentage that will be needed for the population of Grosse-Île to take into account or consider the project benefits from the environmental support. So I will start with Mr. Projet, because I believe that the environmental acceptability is not regarding percentage. Mike? We don't have any button. Yves Boniviger, j'ai remarqué son titre. It's not a survey. Social acceptability is not a vote. It's a conversation that has to go through the community, and we have to make sure that the promoter is capable to convince the community of the benefits of the project and the community to accept any compromise that should be made if necessary to make compromise. It's complicated. It doesn't improve the answer to the question needed. But there's no magic figure. It's not that Mr. Boniviger explained, is that there's no number that says beyond that this figure we consider there is social acceptability, and below that there's no social acceptability. It's really a discussion, this continue that can evolve in one way or the other.
Okay, but like 18 years?
But
is there a years measured? Like after 18 years, still discussion, still question, it's still here, like...
C'est vrai, vous avez raison. Des fois, c'est
très you're right. Sometimes it's very, very long.
Okay, too long.
Thank you. Okay.
So my second question is...
My second question...
How does it go from 0 community opposition to over half the community against it via petition in 1 month? Do you still feel that the community was informed? In 18 years.
Monsieur Leblanc, est-ce que vous considérez que la communauté de
Monsieur Leblanc, do you consider the community of Grosse-Île is informed?
Qu'on a pu voir au niveau dans le passé, les fluctuations qu'on a pu voir.
Despite the fluctuations, okay, from the acceptation of the project in the community, we consider it's important to continue to listen the legitimate questions from the citizens of Grosse-Île, and we have several this evening, and I think we'll have several tomorrow. So we believe that yes, there's a need of information, of questions that are legitimate, that we can answer, even if we have done several information gestures over the last few years. It's a information approach that will continue tonight during the process forgive me, of your hearings, but also by continuing to inform the community through traditional media that we have in the Îles-de-la-Madeleine, a maritime community, the municipality of Grosse-Île, public hearings that we'll continue to do at Grosse-Île over the next month, the next few years. So, Mrs. Clark, there's a risk of continuation. There will be more discussions on issues, the part of acceptation that the community could have. So it's not finished.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because he didn't tell me, do you feel the community was informed? I will ask, do you feel that the communication in French is a handicap to the English community? Nobody's here. Nobody can understand. It's not fair to the English community. Do you feel the community was informed? No.
Je pense qu'il ne faut pas mélanger la séance qu'on a.
I think we'll not mix what we have done tonight at all. The effort Mr. Leblanc is doing, which is totally normal. We try to convince the population of the good idea that the promoter is bringing tonight, this evening. It's true the session is not in English. However, to accommodate the population here, we have decided to offer simultaneous interpretation, which should also be available in all the session, all the first part, which is translated, and also available on the website of the BAP if you wish to re-listen to it. You can ask your question in English. We try to do the best we can to redistribute those questions. So that's the effort within the restriction that we have regarding the use of the two languages. I hope that despite you appreciate our efforts.
Yes.
Merci.
Okay.
On va maintenant passer au dernier
Now we're going to go to the last stakeholder of the Mr. Jean-Paul Leroy is on the telephone.
Monsieur Roy, est-ce que vous êtes là?
Monsieur Roy, are you still there? Yes, I'm there. The commission is listening. Can you hear me? Yes. Good evening again. I would refer to PR 2.1, the Ministerial Directive of 2023, to take into account of the actual wind farm project. Page 18 of the Ministerial Instructions 2.5, determination of the issues and the question, maintain the quality of life, maintain a safety of the residents, of the users, the protection of the public health, protection of the landscapes. In the same instructions of PR 2.1, question of add to 2.6.2, description of the impacts. Those impacts also should be taken into account during the impact study for project of the wind farm. During the impact stated, communications, radio, television, microwaves, low frequency waves, the projection of I didn't hear the one, production of vibration during the construction operation of the wind farm. Where, the question is where and how we're taking into account explicitly those issues and impacts during the impact studies presented up to so far concerning the result of the agglomeration of Grosse-Île, of the north, the study zone of the project, and in which were 4 touristic establishment based on the map 14 in the annex of the impact study, Tier 6, Volume 7, October 2025. Thank you for the question, Mr. Roy. We are, Mr. Leblanc, in the vibration, moving shades. So, Mr. Roy, explicitly, so what What can you answer to that question based on the documentation that you already deposited? First, we've mandated experts for environmental impact studies to explicitly take into account of these instructions from the ministry regarding the impact. Now we'll put as a Mrs. Castonguay, who could give us information on those obstacles and how they were assessed regarding our project. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Castonguay, Environment. To break down the answer, I think we should put back at this on the screen the map where we have the illustration of the phone regarding the sound climate, and also for Grosse-Île, also we could take the time to explain the results of the modelization of this sound climate or soundscapes. On this image, you see the surrounding of the islands, the shape of the islands, the north Grosse-Île, the south in the direction of the park, the wind farm of the north, du Nord. You see the tripods, what you see, the symbol we see on the pictures in terms of tripods, those are the wind mills. We see 5 windmills, wind turbine, which are close to the Saline mine. We have 2 windmills or wind turbines, which is close to the Le Grand Étang, the Great Pond. The colors that are illustrated on the map that show the result of the modeling of the soundscape, which is done by using the sound production of the wind turbine used to a digitized system, which is specialized for the sound climate. You see on the part, which is more at the north, the village of Grosse-Île, which represent all the buildings here with these little squares, with white squares, which shows where most of the buildings which are provided by the database, which are available. What you observe on this system of colors, dark green represents a soundscape contribution by the wind turbine, which vary from 30 and 35 decibel. I have to specify that the norm, the standard for the criteria, which are the directions, the key are between 40 and less decibel for permanent residential building. For the population of Grosse-Île, we have to observe the 40 decibel, which correspond, in fact, to the link between the color, dark green, and the yellow circle we see with the arrow on the screen. So the result from the sound contribution from the wind turbine, we did the modeling with 7 wind turbines in order to have a scenario, a maximum scenario. The sound contribution to the resident where it will be located, and will be 40 decibel. And when the wind turbine will be at full capacity, full production. So modeling that we are doing are pretty conservative because we take all the parameters at the maximum of their production, also spreading of the sound. So at the level of the contribution of the sound contribution of the wind turbines to the residential area of the Grosse-Île, and Mr. Roy also talked about the moving shades and vibrations. What can you tell us about that? We'll put the maps. We have also a map for the moving shades. So we talk about the infrasound. We have the expert in acoustic, Jean-René Fagnard, who is online, who can answer to the portion of interference. Yes, no problem. Interference or infrasound and infrasound. Do you have a fourth component? I think we cover quite a lot here. au niveau des in terms of moving shadows, I'm told that we don't have the map. Maybe I can show it to you tomorrow. Moving targets. For the moving targets, I think we talk about in deliberation. I'm going to provide it to you tomorrow. In terms of the infrasound, Monsieur Regnard, are you there? Hello, good evening. Jean-Philippe Regnard, pour répondre à la question, to answer the question, I have to mention that infrasound are part of our daily life. Some are generated by natural phenomena, wind, waves, waterfall, rivers. Monsieur Regnard, you're going to have to slow down, okay? So, because the interpreter will not be able to follow you. Do you want me to start again? You can continue because it's only introduction. Because don't forget that the question of Mr. Roy is where in the impact study we talked about of the infrasound. To continue, infrasound come from natural input, like domestic appliances, washer and dryer, and dishwasher, and also most of our means of transportation. So infrasound are part of our daily life. However, to verify infrasound, it's not a request that's done by the Ministry of
pas à vérifier. Toutefois, en ce qui concerne les problèmes de santé publique, l'Institut national de santé publique du Québec a fait
in terms of the public health of Quebec, they reviewed the documentation in 2023 and in 2024. And there's also what the OMS analyzed in 2018, and it was established that there's no proof that demonstrates the effect of infrasound on health, whether it's physical or mental. Thank you. I would just verify with the Ministry, the Environment Ministry. I think Mr. Roy quoted a passage, the question of infrasound. Maybe you can verify if it was into the annex of your direct instruction to read out the passage. Is it to me talking? No, I'm talking. No, I'm talking to Madame Leclerc from the Ministry of the Environment Minister.
Je peux peut-être le prendre parce que je suis déjà sur la page. Catherine, ministère de l'Environnement, pardon.
Minister of Environment.
Les infrasons en tant que tels sont pas
infrasound is not mentioned in the annex. What we say the assessment of the potential of low frequencies. Thank you. So we have a precision. Mr. Roy, do you have another question? It was the second question that I wanted to ask. However, for information, this low frequency sound contain audible low frequency above 20 decibel, and infrasound are below that. The other one are not audible, that your body can feel it. And it's on that the infrasound and the wind farm projects, we don't have any analysis, we don't have any information, written information. So listen, it's of course, it does not show on the project. It's not the only component of a complicated project where all the answers are not categoric. Monsieur Boniviger, on your side, effectively, Monsieur Boniviger, health, public health. I do the same reference as was mentioned earlier. That the work of the SPQ did a review. Happily or not unhappily, there's no effect on the health, on the health of the populations. For the moment, the knowledge, that's what it is. There's literature done by the SPQ, which was done a few years ago, and the conclusion is that for the moment, there is no proof that it's an issue for the public health. So we talked about most of the question on that. Oh, Monsieur Pierre-Olivier Morissette, who would like to answer to the question.
Seulement si
In
vous me
fact,
permettez, Madame Paul, de
it's-
faire une petite intervention après pour
ok, on
rajouter
l'a à
une
l'écran.
information.
Just for information. Just wait for a second. There's a confusion here in the front. It's your colleague. It's your colleague. There's a colleague of Mr. Yves Boniviger. The evening is starting to get long. We would like to bring additional information. Wait. It's just to make sure the vocabulary was the right one, because in the question of Mr. Roy, there could have been some tendencies, but the answer of Monsieur Boniviger was adequate. Mr. Leblanc, you have something to add? Yes, it's just a precision regarding the moving targets. Mr. Castonguay, we can have the maps tomorrow, but if you allow me to ask Mrs. Castonguay she could give you some information, basic information, of course. And regarding because of the distance between the wind farm of Grosse-Île and the residents of Grosse-Île, there are no impacts, there are no relation between the possibility of having moving targets, because their residents are more than 1.7 kilometers. So it's impossible to have moving targets. So that's the reason why we don't have the map with us. So tomorrow you could elaborate a bit more on how this is calculated, how this evolved, how it's assessed, and when it could be perceptible. And for the moment, this information, it is in the documentation which is deposited. It is there. I would have to verify. So we will let you verify, and we'll talk about it tomorrow evening. Thank you very much. Mr. Watt, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Have a good evening. See you next time. So that's put an end to our evening, which has been very long and very fruitful. So I would like to thank you all for participating. And we will continue tomorrow evening at Capomel from 1900 at 7 p.m. So I would wait for you. We are on the It's up to you to come and visit us. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening. Bonne soirée.